Musk has apparently somehow convinced the United States government, specifically the United States Department of State, that the taxpayers of the United States of America should spend $400 million buying, quote, armored Tesla production units. Isn't it great and definitely not at all illegal or profoundly corrupt? Definitely not ripping us all off to pay themselves, right?
Donald Trump didn't give that contract to Elon Musk. Joe Biden gave it to him.
Welcome, everybody. So today is Friday. It's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Let me be the first to go ahead and say that to you if you haven't heard it today. If you're alone, happy Valentine's Day. Robin and I, tonight there won't be a show. This will be the only show today. Got to do the customary thing, taking Robin out to dinner, and we're going to have a great time. And I hope if you do have somebody in your life that you also have a good time as well. So today, we're going to spend quite a bit of time. We're going to be digging into some of this USAID stuff. And coming up at 1:30, I have an interview with the former head of USAID, Mark Moyer. I think he was the head. And we're going to dig into some of that stuff. We're going to spend some time actually talking about it. So everything this morning, or rather this afternoon, is going to be about what in the heck is going on. Why is the media just frothing? They can't possibly be this obtuse. Or can they? What are they hiding? What are they afraid of? What are the Democrats, in addition to the media, one and the same actually, what are they so terrified about? You're going to find out some things today that are probably going to make you go bat poop crazy. And I'll let you know in advance, when Mark comes on, the first thing I'm going to ask him, because I'm one of these people, tell me the good and the bad, give me the good first. I want to find out, since he was involved with this agency, tell me some of the good stuff these people have done. Tell me why we should even be, giving this money. And then we'll dig into, well, what the heck has gone off the rails? Because things have just gone crazy. Now, I do have to apologize for one thing. My button where I'm able to put chats on the screen, there's a conflict with something. I didn't have time to work it out, so I'm going to try and read some of your comments as they come in, but I can't put them on screen. Is a glitch. So without further ado, you just heard that first soundbite by Rachel Maddow. Rachel, all I can say is lawyer up. At this point, you may want to call a lawyer and, talk to the lawyer, because you just defamed Elon Musk. You defamed Trump. You tried to say that it was Donald Trump and Elon who put that deal together when it was actually Joe Biden. But as par for the course, the media just spews stuff and they don't have any repercussions. Nobody goes after them. But I think we're in a different vein. In addition to that, I got some stuff I want to show you about one of these judges that has been doing the crazy stuff and some of the orders that they've been putting out against Trump. So let's keep going.
Bring in someone to the conversation who very much wants those questions answered and posed to the courts. Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia of California. He's a member of the new DOJ subcommittee in the House, which is set to actually hold its first hearing at the top of the hour. And so to that end, Congressman, I've got two questions for you. One that might seem a little procedural, but first, do you guys have, as Democrats in the minority on this committee, meaningful subpoena power here?
Well, look, we've tried. And I think that this committee and our larger oversight committee have even tried to get Elon Musk to come to testify. That's been blocked by the Republicans. And so a lot of that's being negotiated still. But as of right now, we're prepared today to go in and ask and answer some really tough questions. We want to see Elon Musk, but we're also going to call out the corruption. We're going to call out the fact that we have essentially an unelected billionaire with almost as much power as the president of the United States. And I think we're going to bring the fire today. And so I think even though we don't have all the power that we would like, we're going to use every minute that we are given at this hearing to call out the corruption, the lies, and I think we're going to bring the fire today.
There's some that may question why Democrats are participating in a committee like this if Republicans are cutting you off at the pass with subpoena power, and wondering if y'all being on committees like this doesn't validate or normalize the work of DOJ, which is certainly going about in anything but normal capacity here as it tries to basically rip out.
So it's not normal auditing something, having a full accounting on something. It's not normal. Came right out of their mouths. This is corrupt. This is not normal. It's crazy that you should actually know where money is going. That is what the Democrats, that is their new talking point. All the other talking points haven't worked. Here's a new one they're beginning to float out. That you shouldn't even have the ability to audit anything. You just let it go. And the judges are doing that. They're saying just keep paying. Just keep the spigot open. It makes absolutely no sense. They are openly advocating ongoing stealing from the American people, yet trying to blame the corruption on the people who are exposing the stealing. It's not working. They're going to have to change. Even James Carville came out and said, this is effing crazy. You are alienating more and more Americans every single day. Every single day that you keep up with this BS and say the corruption is you for looking at it instead of addressing a single input on this line item. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. But this is the course that they've decided that they want to go on, where every single day more and more Americans see that this makes no sense, but you don't want to change or change the course. Don't want to correct the course at all. Just keep going with the same crap.
Root and stem various parts of government, even agencies themselves. What would you say to folks like that?
Yeah, I would say that first, I have zero interest working with Marjorie Taylor Greene, our chairwoman on this committee, or the House Republicans on this committee to help them with anything as it relates to DOJ.
You're a sitting congressperson, and you just said you have zero interest, none, in working with Marjorie Taylor Greene or any Republican in relation to DOJ. You don't want to know the answers. So obviously at this point, you guys understand what's going on. They're caught. They are so far deep into this, they don't understand that the American people can see the grift. I don't even think grift's a strong enough word. That they can see the crimes that have been committed over whatever period of time, and the fact that these Democrats have been instructed, have been demanded, have been given their orders to get out there and defend our theft at all costs, even if it costs you re-election. Doesn't matter at this point, because too many people are going to go to jail. Let's just call it as we see it. Too many people have their hands in this cookie jar. Too many people have taken millions upon millions upon millions that now, he just said it, I don't even want to work with them. We don't even want to see what you have to say. Proverbial fingers in the ear, la 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 la. They don't care. I am over our politicians not caring about Americans. That's where I sit at this point. If you're telling me it's not even worth your time, you don't even want to discuss it with the American people or the Republicans, then you're an enemy. You have declared yourself an enemy of the people.
What we're there for and what we're there to do is to fight, to push back on the lies, to bring attention to what's going on right now at our agencies, and to make sure that people know that we are going to fight every single day to ensure that we get Elon Musk out of our private information. So it's...
What does that do for you? It's too late, bud. Whether it's Elon Musk or some special counsel, it's already been exposed. It's not, Elon Musk is not your problem, bro. Elon Musk isn't what's causing all this. What's causing all this is we found out you've been stealing money. You want to blame the tool. You know, the screwdriver that opened up that hole and now it's all coming out. That's what you're blaming, but you don't care what's actually happened. When I tell you, and I keep telling you, that I don't see how these people can win another national election anytime soon, it's because of this rhetoric. It's because they're looking in cameras and they're telling American people, I don't care. I really don't care. Just keep giving me the money. Whether it's me or people I know or people who have commanded me or pulling my puppet strings, just keep going. Doesn't matter.
Important that we are there. Look, if we weren't there, they would have the entire committee essentially to themselves. But let's make no mistake about it. We are not going to be working with the House majority, and we're certainly not going to be working with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think folks today are going to see us get really engaged and ask really tough questions.
All right. So how do you work with a side that tells you straight up, we have no intention of trying to work out this problem? We don't have any plans on helping you work through this. You either going to have to take it or we're going to fight you. That's it. We're not going to help you work on it. And then you're calling people names on national television. I mean, listen to this. Continue. He went to that first interview was on MSNBC. Now he runs to CNN.
Hear why, but do you think that calling Elon Musk a dick is effective messaging for confronting what is a potentially irreversible transformation of the U.S. government?
Well, he is a dick. And I think these.
Just so you know, in case you haven't been following along with my videos or anything that's been going on television, over the last, week or so, we've have had proliferate discussion about big balls. We've had proliferate discussion about hairy balls. And now our media is inviting congressional members to come on television and call people a dick. I didn't say it. He did. Thank you for... I'm actually happy he's doing this. Barry, why would you be happy that somebody would be so ignorant? Because you need to see it. Because you need to tell people, these people are nuts. You can now show it and say to everybody, hey, listen, I heard it out of his mouth. I've heard what these people think. I'm not working with you. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care what you have found. It doesn't matter. He's a dick. Sound like you're losing it, aren't you? Sounds to me like these people have completely lost it. When you don't have control over being able to articulate to somebody what your problem is, you got a big problem. So now, as this thing has gone into its second week, and we're now seeing the congressional members expose themselves, we're seeing senators expose themselves, we're seeing judges expose themselves, and we're seeing the media expose themselves. So it's at the point right now, it's pervasive. It is all over. Anything attached to the word Democrat, right now you can pretty much just assume it means or equals scum, grifter, thief. The collusion that we're seeing right now has to give you that conclusion. The collusion is the conclusion. I didn't mean to be a poet right there, but you could, when you see so many people on one side, just I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to hear it. He's a dick. He's got big balls. Man.
Also harming the American public in an enormous way. And what I think is really important, and what the American public want, is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight for democracy, for the future of this country, and it's important.
Did you catch that? Now it's time for us to bring actual weapons. So the other thing you're seeing a lot is they're trying their damnedest. They are trying so hard. Every day they're out there doing something else. And one congressperson decides to call Elon a musty moo, whatever that means. When you can't even articulate, in a protest, musty moo. Oh, I don't even know what that means. But now you're actually saying, well, none of this is working. Nobody's getting riled up except the people who are seeing this stuff, because we're riled up. But you can't get your orcs out into the street. Now you're telling them, bring weapons. Do whatever you need to do. I don't understand how bringing weapons to this fight, as he just said. And by the way, I saw somebody ask who is this guy. His name is Representative Garcia. I'm not sure. I think he's out of California, of course. Maybe Texas. And they're not getting any results. Nothing is happening. Oh, we're going to fight. We're going to come up through the streets. Come on. Nothing is happening. They're terrified. You see, they used to be able to do that. They used to be able to push a button and on command have people run around out in the street and do crazy stuff. Burn cities. Oh, yeah. Well, there's two things, like I've been telling you all about this. One, these people aren't getting paid anymore, so they're like, nah, what do you think, we're going to come out there and throw rocks on purpose? And number two, their biggest weapon. If you have followed the Democrat Party for any number of years, their biggest weapon has been taken away because it doesn't matter this time. There's no racial component to this. This is a green component. It is racially agnostic. Black people, Hispanic people, and white people all care about that. It's not necessarily a priority for most people, the love of money, that type of thing. However, it's green. It has nothing to do with somebody being black, white, or Hispanic. It is 100% green. Sweat and tears green. And so you're not getting that groundswell of, rioting that you want, because everybody is sitting back and going, you stole from me too. You see, you just didn't steal from white people, you stole from everybody. And so it's going to be very hard for them to stir up the masses when the masses, you've stolen from them too. You have dug in their pocket. And then what makes it even worse for them, this compounds it. Each day it compounds. Tomorrow's the 15th. As of Monday, one of your arguments is completely out the window. You see, when people get their food stamps or SNAP benefits or welfare checks or whatever you want to call it on the 15th, or it refills in their dummy ATM cards, you won't be able to say come Monday or Tuesday, oh, they're withholding your money and your food stamps, because people are going to turn around and go, hey, I got mine. You're lying. You got caught again. You thought you'd have this wrapped up in a couple weeks? I don't know. Because what are you going to do when people start getting everything you said that Elon Musk was taking from them? When people start getting the Social Security checks, you're like, well, I still got my check. You got yours? Got mine. Yeah. You got your food stamps? Yeah, we're good. We can eat. Got my bus pass? Yep, got that. What are you going to say? What are they going to say when you can no longer play the race card? When everybody got their entitlements, when everybody got the welfare stipend, and they get their food stamps, and they get the bus pass, and they get the free this and the free that, because that stuff didn't stop, what kind of argument will you have? So then you're going to have to come out in the street and go, oh, okay, so yeah, you got everything. You're going to have to tell the truth. And then it all falls apart, because you're going to have to come on screen and you're going to have to tell people, oh, yeah, the poor people's in Uganda ain't getting no money. At which point the people in America start looking at you like the RCA dog going, what in the hell are you talking about? Why are you giving my money to the Ugandans or the Serbians or the Azerbaijans or the Czechoslovakians? Name, insert international country there. Because people who are, affirmed, go to the doctor, need help, they're going to get it. So that big lie that you've been telling non-stop for 2 weeks is going to be exposed by Monday. Then what are you going to say when people start talking on X? I got mine. Yeah. Nothing stopped. Nothing stopped for Americans. What are you going to say?
To push back on the chairperson of this committee. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about having decorum, about bipartisanship. This is the person that lies more than anybody else in the entire Congress. And so if she's going to make a mockery of...
You know, it just disgusts me. You got a CNN host, again, as you watch these shows, because I watch them all the time, and you realize right then and there, that woman should have said, hey, dude, she doesn't lie all the time. She's not the biggest liar in Congress. We can't have you say that on our network. Nope. Just say it. That's how you know they're all in bed together. They don't correct anything. You saw Rachel Maddow completely blow that one. But yeah, let's listen.
Hearings, I want to make sure that us as Democrats are bringing that same level of energy. And of course, after those comments, we went into exactly what Elon Musk is trying to do, dismantling the Department of Labor, dismantling the Department of Education, dismantling all of our consumer protection agencies. And so it's all important, but it's also important to get the attention of the American public and call Elon Musk out for what he is.
See, I don't even think she believes it. When you look at the face there, it's not acceptance, endearing. It's almost like you're really making me sit here and let this guy say this stuff. Is this paycheck worth it to you, Brianna? I mean, seriously, is it worth it to you to have to sit there and have this guy vomit on you? You know, your nice, pretty dress, he's throwing up all over you. Because you know he's lying. The fight isn't Elon Musk. The fight is Donald Trump. Elon Musk is the tool. He is merely the mechanic who's putting all this together and presenting it to Donald Trump. If Elon Musk wasn't there, it would have been Vivek Ramaswamy. If it wasn't Vivek Ramaswamy, it would have been somebody else. It doesn't matter. It could be a faceless person. The problem is you don't want anybody looking. It doesn't make any sense. You've tried to make Elon Musk the boogeyman, but unfortunately for you, Elon Musk's approval rating, even though he's not a politician, is as high, if not higher, than Donald Trump. If you go take a laxative and don't poop, you don't keep taking a laxative. These people are mainlining X-Lax and they can't poop. How can you continue to do the same thing over and over and get no results and no different result? I think that's defined as insanity. But the only reason they can do it is because it's allowed by the media. The media is so complicit with everything that they're allowed to continue this BS over and over and over again.
And to make people know that Marjorie Taylor Greene is not a serious legislator and she shouldn't be treated as such.
He and his mutant teenage racist computer hackers have taken possession of financial payments.
Mutant racist computer hackers. All right, so in that one half sentence, they're not mutants, they're not racist, and they're not hackers. But this is what our elected officials find okay. They find it okay to just go out there and smile the mutant racist computer hackers. You mean the geniuses who are working with algorithms and AI beyond your capacity to even understand what's going on. Maybe you should have prefaced it that way. But when your opening statement is that denigrating, who do you expect is listening to you? You have just turned off anyone with a, as I've said, a functioning frontal lobe. You just at that point just want to be done. Dude, save that. I'm more intelligent than that. Talk to me about something. And what you're going to see here is a woman, black woman, who showed up at the hearing and she gives Jamie Raskin the what for.
Systems at the United States Department of Treasury, meaning data access to the private financial records of every American citizen. every member of Congress, every federal prosecutor, every...
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I got to ask you this. And this is really, really important. And I want you to focus in on this because nobody's talking about it. So Jamie Raskin, even if it was true, Jamie Raskin is saying that Elon Musk has the data for every single American, all of their social security numbers, all their data, and all their bank account, all of it. Elon Musk and the mutant racist Ninja Turtle hackers all have data, all access to your data, right? He just said that. Okay. Who had it before? What do you mean? Well, the USAID has been there. And so I've never gotten any money from USAID. You probably never got any money from USAID. So Congressman Raskin, I have a question. Why would USAID and its many NGOs have access to my personal data? Well, Barry, it's not just them, it's the entirety of the Treasury Department. Oh, so the Treasury Department has access to all of our information. News to me. I didn't know the Treasury Department had my bank account, my credit card, all that information. But, okay, let's say it was the Treasury Department. Before Elon Musk gained access with permission from President Trump, who had access to that same computer? See, that's a question nobody has asked. Not even a Republican, not even a Democrat, nobody in the media. Haven't heard it unless you've heard it. Before Elon showed up, since his computer system had all this information. That's what you're saying. Who were the ghosts that were peeking in on all that information prior to Elon Musk showing up? Have you guys thought about that? I'll look at the chat here. Tell me who had access beforehand, because we know for a fact the same argument you've been using about Elon Musk, and you've been saying he's unelected. Pretty sure I didn't elect anybody to start hitting keyboards and looking at my personal data in the Treasury Department. I'm pretty sure there's no, president of the Treasury. So it would have to have been someone appointed, not elected. Who were the unelected people prior to Elon Musk having access and his team? Who were the people then that had access? Oh. And were you okay with that? And that's the end of it. Because the answer to those two questions destroys the Democrat Party. Who had access? More than likely they'll say they don't know. How many people had access? Oh, I don't know. And were you okay with these people that you don't know having access to the same information that Elon Musk has? That is it. It's over right there. That tells me you're full of crap and you're not worried about people having access. You weren't worried about protecting my data or Robin's data or Ashley's data or SV's data or Roaring Rage's data. That's not what you have a problem with. What you have a problem with is the people who are in the data right now are telling everybody what they see. You wouldn't have a problem if Elon Musk and his team didn't say anything. Hey man, did you know that they put a don't tell anybody that they sent 150 million here or there. Don't talk about that. Oh, we don't want people to know. Oh, okay, sir. See, that is the problem. When I heard him say that, I finally, after hearing it for a week, I'm like, wait a second. That's the problem. It's not who has access. It's that they don't control who has access. The access, according to what he just said, has always been there. There's been some terminal somewhere that could look into your name, looking at the first comment. Rick Buckram. Rick, they've had your data or access to it. They could anytime they want. So what's the problem now? Why is it now that it's problematic that unelected people have access to every person's personal information, personal financial information. What's the problem now? Nobody in the press is asking that. No one on the right is asking that. I would love to know, go back and say, who did Elon fire? Who was it? Why is that face not on the news? Why do we not know the people? Because it was probably a whole bunch of people. It probably just wasn't Elon and 4 other people. Who were the people who had access to the financial data at the Treasury Department? Boy, you could write an entire journalistic career if you started digging in on that one. Because none of them, unless Joe Biden and Kamala Harris themselves walked over to that terminal, none of them were elected. Just saying.
Regulator who's supposed to be looking at what his business does. And what have the courts been saying? They've said a dozen times in 3 weeks that they're violating the Constitution of the United States and the laws passed by Congress. That's what...
Nope. That's not what they've been saying. He lied again. That is not what the courts have been saying. The courts have been issuing temporary restraining orders, temporary injunctions. Hey, let another court decide. No court has decided anything. I just want to make sure you understand that there has been no lawsuit tried and a result or verdict arisen from that. Not a single one. Every single thing he's talking about are merely procedural speed bumps by crazy judges. And I'm going to show you one judge is real crazy. So again, lying. So this woman, she's going to put him in his place.
Going on in America today. That's what we should be having a hearing about, not some airy academic conversation about the administrative state.
And the fact that, Mr. Raskin, you're here this whole time we've been here, you've just been complaining about the process. I'll call it a process. And again, I'm not disagreeing with your issues right now around Musk and the process that's following Mr. Vladek, the process that you're following. At some point, what is the end game? Isn't the end game to make us, the American people, better off? Isn't it? No, I hear you saying that the stuff that would make us better off doesn't matter. All you care about right now is a process of Musk and his associates are not doing this the right way. Is the goal moral and right or not? If you say it is, as I think you should be saying, then the fight shouldn't be about we need to take Musk down or Trump down. Let us rethink that if you want, but keep your eye on the ball, and your ball should be me. It should be me. I'm sorry, it should be me. Yeah. It should be me. How do we make me better off? Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
You bet, and by me, you mean the American people.
That's what I mean by that. Musk comes not.
In case you didn't notice, she was a black woman. I only point that out is because the Democrats were hoping they could rile people up racially. And it's backfiring. It's blowing on their face like the eggs they say are too expensive. Shouldn't you be worried about what we're seeing? Not who's releasing the information. So if a woman like that goes into Congress and says, man, you got it backwards. It doesn't matter that someone saw, private pictures on your phone. It matters that you took the damn pictures or had them sent to you. The whole thing about, hey, it's my privacy. You shouldn't have been looking at my phone. I'm sorry about that. Can I apologize? Okay. What are these pictures? See, the Democrats right now are stuck in a box. They have nowhere to go. You, other American people, are sitting back and going, I don't care that it's Elon Musk. I don't care it's these 4 or 5 kids who have, on the spectrum. Don't care. Haven't heard one person. Again, I'll continue. Haven't heard one person say, oh, that didn't get spent. Oh, wait a minute. We did hear one person say it wasn't true. She took on Elon Musk in the White House and told him he was a liar. Remember? Because Elon Musk said, $59 million of condoms went to Gaza. And she's like, we fact-checked you. That didn't go to Gaza. It went to Mozambique. And I thought to myself, as you guys watched, I'm like, oh my God. They don't even, we don't care. I don't care where it went. I don't care that it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza. What in the hell are we spending $59 million on condoms for some other country? They've lost it. They have nowhere to go. I'm waiting for Mark to log in here, but oh my gosh. So we'll just continue. It's just so bad. And she thought she had him. I fact-checked you. It didn't go to Gaza. It went to Mozambique. And Elon was perfect. Like, I don't think people give a crap where it went. Shouldn't have went. That's $59 million that we and that was the only time I have ever heard anyone in the media even speak of the actual number of something that's been exposed. Other than that, don't even want to discuss it. Democrats don't want to discuss it. Elon's a dick. Elon's a dick.
At the Fed's door. You gonna let him in?
I don't have anything for you on that.
Would you like to tell us today that you won't let Doge into the Federal Reserve or have access to the systems and the data?
So I don't have any, we've had no contact, and I don't.
In case you don't know, the white guy with the glasses is Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, and the black lady with the Lhasa Apso on her head, that's Maxine Waters. So let's continue. Listen to what she says here.
I have nothing for you to report today on that.
Well, you know what?
Oops, my bad.
What happened to Treasury, and you know what happened over at the CFPB, and the people of this country are being violated because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us, our bank accounts, everything in our lives. So I want to protect it in the Fed. Mr. Powell.
Huh? You want to know what they have on you? Is that what you really just said? So in its worst thing, you're worried about what they have on you. Yet you're telling us that this data has been there and other people have had it on you. You can't have it both ways. Not what you really mean is what's coming out next. How far, what are they doing? We don't know what they're doing. Well, here's the answer to your question, Maxine. You know what you've done. So if you know what you've done over a period of years, unless it's, you got a dementia problem, you better take care of what you know before it becomes public. Assume the same information that was there before that you didn't want to get out is the same information that they have right now. So Maxine, if the Federal Reserve is probably going to be the least of your concerns because they're going to dig in, they're going to find out everything about you, everything. I mean, this is starting to get really crazy. I see Mark's just about logged in. Looks like one of his tech guys is helping him. I can see you. Let me make sure you're okay there. I can see you. I can see both of you at this point. There's audio. Yep, I got audio. So whenever you're ready, just give me a nod and I'll bring you on. So Mark Moyer is getting ready as we speak. His technician is working. Can you hear me? Nod your head. Okay, you can hear me. Or I'm going to go to keep going until you guys are set. And we'll check your volumes in a second. I can't hear you because I'm here, let me do this.
There is a serial constitutional violator at large right now in the District of Columbia, whose overall project to dismantle our Constitution and rule of law is now the target or subject of at least a dozen different federal court temporary restraining orders and preliminary injunctions across the land, and also faces emergency civil actions in dozens of other courts and jurisdictions. The suspect has been described as a very evil individual by Steve Bannon, and has been operating in clandestine fashion with a night crew of computer hacking juvenile associates, one of whom goes by the alias of Big Balls, and another one they call The Kid, who has been known to post racist and anti-Semitic provocations online. The accelerating spree of constitutional offenses alarming the nation involves dozens of episodes of computer fraud and data theft affecting potentially 300 million Americans and escalating threats against congressionally created federal agencies serving the people, from NIH to the National...
All right, so Mark, I can see you perfectly. Yep, everything's fine. Going to bring Mark on real quick here. But I just wanted you to hear that crap from Jamie Raskin again. Now they're juvenile delinquents and everything else because they can't talk about what's actually going on. So I'm going to bring on Mark Moyer. He's going to tell you his background, and then we're going to get into discussions with everything. Mark, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Everything is good. Thanks for taking the time out. Mark,
all right, thanks for having me.
Tell us your former position with USAID, and then we'll get into exactly what's going on.
Yeah, well, I was a Trump appointee starting in 2018 at the U.S. Agency for International Development, which most people didn't really know about until about 4 weeks ago, but I was there for about a year and a half as a Trump appointee, but when I reported corruption among the federal bureaucrats there, instead of going after the corrupt people, they came after me and eventually forced me out. And so that's why I decided to write a book, because it's not just, a few bad actors here, but you had some of the top people in the agency engaged in covering up corruption and perpetrating corruption.
So what year did you begin there?
I began February 2018, and I was there until July of 2019 when I got fired based on this phony accusation.
All right, so here's my question. Before we start, I'm sure USAID does some good things. I'm one of these people who likes to know the good and the bad. What is the good, in your estimation, that USAID does?
It does do things that help America's national interests, which is what it's created to do. So there are quite a few things, actually. For example, they provide health services in other countries, which ultimately benefit us because we can keep track of pandemics, diseases, etc. before they get here. We also provide emergency life-saving care, which the Trump administration has already turned that back on. They froze everything at the beginning, but some of these life-saving programs they have kept. You have another thing that I think has been very effective is they have these fisheries programs, which are designed to help prevent illegal fishing. And why is that important to us? Because the Chinese are engaged heavily in this, and so when they're stealing fish from around the world, that drives up our costs and it makes them better. So there are some good things that are being done. And, in the past, there was general consensus that things were okay. But in the Biden administration, you really saw them going overboard and doing things that have so alienated many Americans that the Republican Party's basically turned its back on the agency.
I found an old video. I want you to listen to this video, and then we'll dig into something, because I found this very interesting. Check this out. It's 30 seconds long.
This is 2014. We have been running bilateral and multilateral aid programs since immediately after World War II. This is not a new subject.
Absolutely.
What do you mean we're just throwing money and aid has no records to be able to evaluate the efficacy of a program? How is that possible? Let alone $103 billion.
It's a good question, and it's something, with the recommendations we've made in the oversight community and congressional action, perhaps USAID and others in State Department will be more accountable in terms of when they come up and ask you guys for money and they don't have metrics.
So the question I have is, obviously, this isn't something that just happened this year or when you were there. This has been going on, it's seemingly, for quite a long time. Why is it that nobody actually began? I mean, that was, what guy's name is Connolly. He's still there, by the way. I think he's like 78 years old too. And he was making a big stink. That was a 2014 hearing where they couldn't account for $103 billion back then. why has this been allowed to perpetuate itself and basically become a fraud against the American people for so long?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. When foreign aid really got going after World War II, it was to rebuild Europe with the Marshall Plan, and that actually seemed to work. And after a relatively short time, we stopped providing the money, and they were okay. And then Kennedy had the great idea: let's go do this all over the world, and we'll do like a Marshall Plan everywhere. And then soon every country's going to be rich. But it turned out a lot of the countries didn't make good use of the money, and a lot of them became dependent on foreign aid. And so that's a big part of what we're seeing now. And sometimes you have people questioning, why are we still pouring money into these countries? Right. Afghanistan was particularly egregious because you had, under the Obama administration, they were telling us, if we just put a bunch of money into Afghanistan, the terrorists will stop being terrorists. And of course, that didn't happen at all. But it's emblematic of the mindset of the Democratic Party that you just throw money at a problem. Mm-hmm. And we saw that again with the Biden administration, and under the Biden administration too, with Democrats in control of Congress. They basically ignored the Republicans in Congress who were trying to call attention. So it took Donald Trump and Elon Musk getting involved to really shine a light on what's been going on.
So back in the first Trump administration that you were involved in, was this not happening back then? You there? Hello?
I think my videos froze.
Okay.
Can you see me now? I think we froze for a second. Sorry.
Yeah.
So when the first Trump administration, there were almost no Trump people at USAID for the entire year of 2017. The first one really didn't show up till the middle of the year. Things moved very slowly. And what that meant was the bureaucracy was running the agency. And of course, the bureaucracy tends to do things that serve its interest rather than the interests of the American people. And slowly over time, political appointees tried to gain some control, but we also had the problem that some of the Trump appointees were not really in it for the right reasons. They were there for self-serving reasons, and they were there. I mean, one of our top political appointees was married to the top lobbyist for the aid industry, which is just massive corruption. And we never really fully got our hands on the information of the agency. I mean, we would find out, 3 years into the Trump administration, we were still learning of money that was being spent that we had never heard about. So that's part of why you see them going in day one. They go in and say, give us all this information. And then you see the bureaucrats saying, oh, no, we can't do that, which, they're not really allowed to do. And so that's some of the obstruction that has then caused a lot of these people get put on administrative leave.
So what it sounds like you're saying, I never like to say, oh, what's what you're saying? So it sounds like you're saying, if I could ask you this, is that President Trump, since he was out of office, when he came back in office, he knew where the bodies were buried, and he knew he needed a way to get to this UAID stuff with Elon or somebody who could expose this stuff. Is that true? Was this something that he realized, if I get back in, this is where we're headed? I know this is an artery that we need to cauterize?
Yeah, it was, kind of like an army that didn't do well in the last war. They spent the next 4 years trying to figure out what needed to be done better this time. And so, top of that list was getting control of the bureaucracy. We saw so many efforts, in many agencies to obstruct the president. We even saw the Department of Justice trying to, entrap him, prosecute him. And so that's why you see them going in so hard. And also, they made a much more concerted effort to identify the right political appointees. They had 4 years to think about that, whereas last time it was kind of done on the fly, and unfortunately they didn't always get the kind of people they wanted.
We're hearing a lot of talk, or actually the message isn't working for the Democrats, as they keep talking about unelected person being Elon. Who was in charge, or who was back behind that terminal before Elon Musk and Doge showed up? Obviously, it was an unelected person, but what group actually controlled this in terms of the disbursement of money? I know the Nigerian guy that Obama had put in, he was there, and there was another guy who resigned as soon as Elon showed up. Was it merely those two people in control of the trillions from the United States government?
Well, there are more people than you might suspect. I mean, one of the things we learned in the first Trump administration is there's a sort of shadow network within the agency that controls the money, and the political appointees have trouble getting their hands on it. You also have people in Congress working with career bureaucrats without the knowledge necessarily of the people. And of course, these bureaucrats are much more sympathetic to the Democrats. And we just learned yesterday in a hearing on the Hill from Representative McCall that Congress can put a hold on spending when they find it particularly objectionable. And so he had put some holds on things that Samantha Power was doing in the Biden era, and they simply ignored him and pushed through it. So there has been all sorts of squirrely stuff going on with the money, which, again, a big reason why they are taking this approach to really get their hands on the data.
So they're into USAID, and they're going through all this stuff, and we found out. Did I cut you off? I need to get this window. We found out yesterday that Doge is now into. They're now into the IRS. What are they going to find, in your estimation, once they start digging into the IRS?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, there's probably a lot of stuff that we're just going to be shocked and can't imagine it was going on. But, one of the big things, we know that's happened in the past at the IRS was that they were using audits and other mechanisms to go after conservative groups. We had Lois Lerner, who was engaged in this, and then she pleads the fifth when she's confronted, and mysteriously a bunch of her emails disappear. And there's little reason not to believe that, given what else the Biden administration has done, that they were abusing the powers of the IRS for political purposes.
Yeah. So one of the big things that came out, I believe, yesterday was this from Lee Zeldin. Lee said, there was a $50 million thing that had happened. He called it, throwing the gold bars off the Titanic. Are we going to see that there's a whole lot more of this stuff? I mean, are we? Let me rephrase that. Are we at the end of the disclosure, or you still think we're at the beginning of the onion peel at this point?
I think we're still pretty close to the initial peeling of the onion, because there is so much, and even with getting these Doge folks in there, the way the bureaucracy runs, certainly at USAID, is they try to make it very difficult to find the money trail. You don't just go in and they tell you, oh, here's what we've been doing. They have convoluted ways to route the money. And then also what you see is a lot of times what they say they're doing on paper may not be what is actually happening. So, we've heard about all these crazy DEI programs already, transgender operas and all this. But, what we haven't seen yet much of is that under Biden, there was a systematic effort to say, we have to put DEI into everything we do. We have to put gender into everything we do. And so as we look into more detail in these programs, I think we're going to find more and more evidence of how even things that seem to be good ideas are actually have been polluted by this ideology.
What was the purpose of that? To hide things, or was there? Because I can't believe that agenda, the LGBTQ, transformer, the DEI. I can't believe that was a real initiative. So I haven't been able to figure out what's the reasoning behind that push, and how they were basically shoveling money around the place, trying to support something that really nobody really cared about.
Yeah, well, Samantha Power was the head of USAID under the Biden administration, and people are probably familiar with her because first she was part of the charge that led to the Libyan civil war, which pretty much everyone says was a disaster, even Obama. And then she was involved in unmasking General Flynn, even though she was a UN ambassador. Somehow she's involved in trying to destroy General Flynn. And she's a political partisan who was also an activist. And she, like some of the other elites in the Biden administration, really believed that transgenderism is the next civil rights struggle, and that we've got to do DEI in memory of George Floyd. And so they're pushing all this stuff at the same time they're doing their other things. And if you think back a few years ago, you had this across, even corporate America was going crazy. Now corporate America's kind of figured out, Well, yeah, I guess we didn't really need all this DEI. So you see the companies pulling back. But, a few years ago, a lot of people were caught up in this hysteria.
With all the stuff and I'm going to talk about lawfare after we're done, but with all the lawfare that's happening and with these insane judges trying to muck up the waters here and get in the way, how much time, because I got to believe a lot of this is regarding time, how much time is it going to take to get through the labyrinth of stuff that's gone? I mean, we're still just talking one or so agency, just USAID. What are they going to do? How long is it going to take to uncover all of this stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think they're getting more staff because they're going to need a lot of people, because corruption, another thing, and a lot of why I wrote this book is that whistleblower retaliation, I've learned, is rampant in much of the government. In another good example that I really need to dig into, the Department of Veterans Affairs. That place is about as corrupt as you get. They've long history of going after whistleblowers, trying to destroy them. Another thing you have at USAID in a lot of places, people call up these, the inspectors general who are supposed to guard, prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, I found in our case, they actually just ignore a lot of the information they get. So I think we need to, if you start digging into their files, they've already fired a bunch of the inspectors general, but there's going to be just massive amounts of waste, fraud, and abuse, I think we see. And it's going to take a long time to dig through all of that information.
Where are you with your case right now? Are you doing anything? I mean, are you involved in any lawsuits to try? What are you trying to do with your whistleblowing?
Well, so first I filed, after I was fired based on this ridiculous claim, I went to the Inspector General of USAID and filed a whistleblower retaliation claim. And that's supposed to be their duty to deal with those. And so they instead came back and made up this ridiculous argument for why I wasn't actually a whistleblower. And this is, again, a common tactic. And then Senator Charles Grassley intervened and got them to do an investigation, but they still did a very, paltry, thin investigation. They ignored actually some of the key individuals. And then I went, actually was going to go back in the Trump administration. Then they came after my security clearance again. And what they tried to do is circumvent due process. So they've repeatedly claimed that I did something. They claim I divulged classified information, but each time they've refused to say what the supposed evidence is. And I think that's because they know it's ridiculous, because if I'd done that, they would have, thrown me in jail already. So I had to sue them 3 years ago. And basically the lawsuit says the government's own rules say you have to turn over this information to me. And the government, DOJ, says, well, we have all these reasons why we don't have to do that. And so it's been sitting in court for the last 3 years, and we're still awaiting the outcome of that case.
Wow. Given that it's been going on so long, pre-Trump, during Trump, after Trump, what's the level of money? How much do you think has been pilfered through some of these agencies?
Well, it's a great question. I think to have any firm answers, we're going to have to go through forensic accounting and really dig into these numbers. These agencies have been very adept at hiding information. We saw, perhaps the most stunning indication came out recently with Senator Joni Ernst saying that during the Biden period, she went to them and asked for information about overhead that's being charged. So the agency's $42 billion budget, most of that goes towards these big contracts. And so she's saying she's heard that they've had this inflated overhead charge, maybe 50% or more, and she wanted to get data. And USAID first claimed they didn't have the information. Then they gave her some stuff. They wouldn't let them take notes. But if you have massive overhead charges, and that in itself is going to be billions and billions of dollars. So I think DOJ will be getting to the bottom of that fairly soon.
Now, here's a big question for you. Given what we've seen thus far, and the numbers are just unbelievable, are we going to see, because I think the American people at this point are done with hearings, we're done with investigations, we're tired of it. Are we actually going to see people named and see people prosecuted?
I think you will see some. Now, if you follow the news on USAID, they've actually named a couple of people were involved in resisting the administration. One of them is John Voorhees, who was the head of security, and I actually talk about him at length in my book because he was heavily involved in some of the abuses. Nick Gottlieb is another one. He was an HR official. And so these people some of them are coming out now, and we're also seeing at DOJ, we're starting to see names of some of these very shady people, and we have whistleblowers at a lot of these agencies. And, that's been a big problem at many of these agencies is there's very little accountability, and people who conduct abuses get off. Usually the worst thing that can happen to you is you get pushed into retirement. But I think hopefully that will change. We had a famous case in the Biden era with an FBI official who deliberately sabotaged the investigations into the child molester from University of Michigan State who was molesting the gymnastics team.
Right.
I mean, it was crazy activity. He allowed this activity to go on, and all they did was make him retire. And even Democrats were saying, why don't we prosecute these corrupt officials? And the Department of Justice said, no, the bureaucracy likes to protect itself. So they do need to go prosecute some of these offenders.
But I think what people are looking for, and maybe it's just not something substantive that they're ever going to be able to prove because the deep state has woven a web so big, is the big names. I know from talking to people in my audience, they're looking for politicians. Are we going to see politicians be held accountable if they had their hand in a cookie jar?
Yeah, I do think we will see that. Certainly we should see that. I think the Republicans now being in control of Congress can do something about this. The Democrats, when they were in power, seemed to do very little to hold people accountable. In my case, I certainly saw that. They had very little interest in protecting people who were not of their political party in general. And they were willing to turn a blind eye to corruption because corruption tells people that their tax dollars are being wasted, and that's not the message that Democrats want people to hear.
Yeah, and do you foresee that Pam Bondi or somebody is gonna reach out to you and say, "Come on in, tell me what you know"?
Yeah, I think a lot of people there are interested now in what's happening.
If you can't go there, don't go there. But I mean, whatever you feel comfortable answering that.
Yeah, well, the book is gotten people's attention. I haven't been pursuing the case at the moment because there's so much going on and trying to help get things sorted out. Once they figure out what the new bureaucracy should look like and they get rid of the bad actors, then we can go further. But there's so many bad people. That's a big lesson Trump learned the first time. You've got to get these bad people out of the bureaucracy before you can accomplish what you want to do.
So I got one last question because I know you got to jump to another interview. From the totality of what we've seen thus far, and you mentioned that this is the beginning of the onion peel, so we're not even into the meat of what's going to get uncovered. Are we going to get to a point where it is going to be justifiable for President Trump to really begin pushing the envelope and saying, listen, we don't need to be taking this much income tax from people. We just need to make sure we spend our money correctly, because at some point people are seeing trillions and billions and all kinds of crazy stuff, and well, what are we paying for if you're giving the money away? Do you think there's going to be some sort of scale that says, you know what, I think if we went to X% tax or no tax, we could probably still make it with the tariffs and just balancing our budget? What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I mean, certainly we need to get back to the days of balancing the budget. And so savings will hopefully get us there. I mean, again, I think we still don't have a lot of clear sense as to how much fraud there is. One of the latest things coming up, Medicare fraud, for example, Social Security fraud, those things could be very large. I mean, I believe GAO recently said something like they think there's probably $300 billion worth of fraud going on. And so now to what extent we can find all of that. I mean, you're probably never going to stop all the fraud, but it should be a big chunk. And I do think at minimum we should be able to, stop all this deficit spending, and then hopefully also be able to lower taxes.
Wait till they get into the Defense Department. I can't even imagine what they're going to find in there. That's scary. Well, what's the name of your book, Mark, so people can go ahead and look at it? Is it on Amazon?
It is, yeah. It's called Masters of Corruption, How the Federal Bureaucracy Sabotaged the Trump Presidency. And it's on Amazon. It is, there's a little bit of a delay there. It's also available from Encounter Books, the publisher, on their website, or Hillsdale College website, where I teach. Hillsdale College Bookstore also sells it.
Oh, great. Well, thank you for your time. I'm sure if you guys can see Mark's Twitter handle right there, go ahead and give him a follow. Reach out to him, engage him, help him build his following so he can promote his book and to promote what has been going on at USAID. It's kind of scary, Mark, when you said to me that you think we're still at the beginning part of everything being revealed. I'm like, what more? I mean, how much more can there be? But I guess we'll have to stay tuned and figure it out, because it's crazy. And they're going to keep fighting. You know that. They're going to keep fighting us. And I'm going to talk to everybody about some of these judges real soon here. So I see Ashley put your book link in the chat so people can go take a look at it. All right, Mark, thank you very much. Everybody, I'll be right back after this quick one from Lear Capital. As you know, President Trump has assembled the Avengers to make America great again. And of course, we're all excited and ready to see them get to work. But with everything we're seeing right now, don't take your eye off the ball. Things could get much worse before they get better. With the possibility of World War III still looming, and with the Democrats doing everything they can to impede Trump, you still need to keep your guard up and your money protected. Oh, and our national debt is still massively increasing. Don't get me wrong, I have high hopes for Trump's America, but I also have a family to look out for. You see, Trump and the Avengers have quite the uphill battle ahead. That's why I'm making sure I'm protected, and I'm recommending that you do the same. One way to be protected is by diversifying your portfolio. That's why on this channel I've been happy to partner with Lear Capital. As you know, I've been involved in real estate for quite some time, and although I dabbled in gold and silver, Kevin and his staff at Lear have helped to educate me even further, especially in regards to silver. Give Lear a call today and they'll show you how easy it is to move some of your savings or your retirement account into gold and silver. Gold and silver have been proven to hold value and protect wealth for the long term. Call Lear today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. There's no obligation, just free information. Many of you have seen my interviews with Lear founder Kevin Demerit, and I can tell you this company is solid and likes to educate their customers. Just so you know, Lear has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $3 billion in trusted transactions, and is the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, don't forget to ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. So if you'd like to take advantage of this opportunity, please call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 and tell them Barry sent you. All right, so hope you guys enjoyed that. I really wanted to talk to Mark. I wanted to dig in and begin seeing, what kind of information is going on behind the scenes. I didn't tell him the question in advance. It stunned me when he gave the answer. Where are we in this process? You heard me say it. Are we at the beginning of peeling the onion peel back? Or are we like halfway through? We're ready to slice and dice it. And he said we're still at the beginning. So strap in, because who knows what's coming next. So with that being said, you guys have been seeing all these judges that are doing the craziest things out there possible. One of those judges is a judge up in Rhode Island who came out, it was this guy, excuse me, This is the one who said that you can't stop the funding. You got to just keep doing it. Just keep pushing. We got to give people their money. You can't stop it. And he's a district judge up in Rhode Island. Not not even a high level district judge. And obviously, this is one of the guys that Elon Musk has said needs to be impeached because there's some really, really weird stuff going on about this judge. I'm just telling you. When people judges start making these decisions, they have to realize people are going to start digging. And they're going to want to know what the heck is going on. And so I've got something I want to show you about this judge here. And it goes in real deep to tell you. It's so weird. But not that it matters. Well, actually, it does matter. Because if it's DEI, what this guy, is he black? Is he white? Is he gay? Because obviously at this point, his personal ideology is being suspect. Something isn't right about this guy. Something isn't right about a couple of these judges. And now more and more people are digging. They're finding out that this guy got something like $700,000. And his wife and his family. It seems like every time we get into this, the judge's sister, daughter, wife, or somebody is tied into something insane. Absolutely insane. So I want you to take a listen to, I found these cuts about this particular Judge McConnell.
So one of the, we haven't publicly announced this yet. We only have internally, but we have put together a diversity and inclusion and racial justice committee that has 3 goals. One is to look internally. I don't think we can solve this problem until we look at ourselves. But the committee has stated its mission and understanding that in many ways racism is the white people's problem and white people need to figure out how to solve it.
How this guy even got... let me just tell you. This is one of those instances where you can blame Republicans. You see, as I said before, the Republicans are like the Washington Generals, or had been. Just going along with whatever happens, however it happens, and just putting these nominees in place, not knowing that they're basically they're sleeper cells. They were there just sitting, waiting for the opportunity to pounce. This guy was put into office May 6th of 2011, and he was obviously appointed by Barack Obama. So for 13, 14 years, he's been sitting there as a sleeper cell, in essence, just waiting. Now, I understand he is not gay. He's married to a woman named Sarah, and he actually has a daughter who works for the Department of Education. You know, the Department of Education that Trump says he's closing.
Do the hard work to fixing it. So we have formed a committee to look at race in our court. Have we given disparate sentences between black and whites? What are our hiring practices like? What's the treatment process right? Have we been a welcoming, inclusive community? The second is to look internally, actually, on that issue, which is...
All right. So it's not the best of tapes, so I just want to make sure you understood what he just said there. He just said right there, should we be looking into disparate sentencing between black and white people? Can I answer that? No. You should be looking at someone do the crime, then give them the time. Not, wait a minute, I gave the white guy this long, so I should make sure I don't give the black guy, anything longer. How about just looking at the crime? So if at that level, at the criminal level, he's already had the predisposition where he's talking about, it's not fair. I mean, this guy went to jail. He's been in jail, he's had a bad life. I can't put him in jail again. Oh, no.
Is what we are like as an employer. We're an employer that provides a workplace, and we want to be a just and inclusive. Too often, to really understand this, we fall back on kind of a stereotypical comment that judges should have no opinions and whatnot. And that's just not true.
That's not true. Oh. Judges should have opinions. Oh. So you're not neutral. You're not just looking at the facts. You're an advocate for having an opinion. No, it's not true. We should have opinions. We got feelings. His words.
If that were the case, we would have computers run our justice system, and we would input this, and we'd input that, and we'd input this, and we'd spin the wheel, and out would come the proper decision. But that's not how justice works. Nor should it work like that. I particularly those people that know me know I have opinions. I have opinions about a lot of it. So,
Yeah, we know now. We know that you are no longer just looking at the law. I don't want to be that kind of judge that just looks at the law. I want to impart my feelings, my opinion. Like you just did. Like your opinion that the money should just keep flowing despite the President of the United States saying it needs to stop. I hope they start showing this stuff when they get to the appellate court. And this guy wasn't doing it based upon the law. This guy was based upon how he felt about it. DEI, oh my God, somebody in Afghanistan who needs like another pair of like sandals might not get their sandals. The little baby in Uganda, oh my God, the little black baby in Uganda, she's not going to get her bowl of, oatmeal mush. Well, what about, Your Honor, what about that money that was being diverted to those countries going to people in North Carolina who needed to, have their homes rebuilt? My opinion is that they're more important. But the president thinks Americans are more important, Your Honor. Nope. We got to send the money over there because that's what my feelings say.
What's happened over the last 4 years or so, and at other times in our country's history, going back to, the Civil War and Reconstruction and Jim Crow laws, the civil rights, and during the last 4 years, is that the values that we live by, the constitutional values that form the basis of our country, have been tested. And our institutions have been tested in ways that I don't think a lot of folks thought would survive. It got tested in the 1800s by a war, and we survived the war. Sometimes well and sometimes not so well, but that's for another story. So what we saw the last 4 years in my mind was a new testing of it, and how I think about it is it's like a balloon, and you're blowing up a balloon, and you keep pushing that air in. Well, at some point the balloon's going to pop, right? And it feels like over the last 4 years, with the challenges that have occurred to the rule of law in this country, that we came very close to that balloon popping. But
this is the guy. This is the guy who just made the decision to tell Trump he could not, he can't command the money. This is the guy who wants to test the waters, just to see, if the balloon is going to bust or not. Dude, you took that balloon and you put pins in both sides with the decision you just made. You wanted to test the Constitution? You're testing it. You thought the lawfare before was bad? Oh, just wait. This is disgusting.
It really is important that we talk about racial diversity. That while diversity in many different ways are important, but if we don't focus on racial diversity, then we're missing the world. So let me talk about racial diversity.
All right, guys. Seen enough yet? This guy is telling you in no uncertain terms that what's most important is racial diversity. So how did they expect him to rule in regards to stopping DEI programs when this guy's ideology seems somewhat based at this point on DEI? You're going after his core values and you're dissecting his core values, and yet you expect him to rule against those core values. The Democrats shopped this guy. They knew who to go to. They must have a database that they go through. We need someone who's against racism, who hates Republicans, who hates Trump, who's willing to test the Constitution and likes DEI. Bingo, there's the guy. That's the guy we need to call. And then they went up to Rhode Island and overturned a rock and laid this guy was sitting there. This wasn't in Washington, D.C. Understand, everything that's been happening in the Beltway, they ran up to Rhode Island and found this guy because he was perfect for what they wanted to do. I don't understand how this country can be based the way it is, where you can go find a judge that's, amenable to what you want to see happen. You want to see someone that's not going to hurt you if you're a newcomer? Then let's go to the database and find where's the judges who are, number one, they have to be like Mexican maybe or something, and find, okay, we also have to hate Trump, and they love newcomers. Boom. Oh, he's in Chicago. Let's go there. They went way out of I won't say jurisdiction because it's the entire country, but they went way out of their location to go find this guy. And he's just been sitting there like a sleeper cell terrorist. Just couldn't wait. Can't wait till you bring me a case where all the things that I dislike align so I could just smush them. Wow, dude.
The federal court in Rhode Island is a sad example of a lack of racial diversity. We have 5 judicial officers, 3 judges, 2 magistrate judges. We're all white.
We're in big trouble. We are in big trouble. I cannot believe a judge is having this conversation. Don't know who he's talking to. Don't know what blog it was, but he agreed to do an interview with somebody, and he's talking about his judgeship and the court in Rhode Island, wherever he is. It's too white. Why would a judge ever be talking this way? And before you answered that question, just imagine for a second if he was saying the opposite. What would happen? If he had gone on television or in some interview and said, you know what, man, there's just too many black criminals. We got to do something about the black criminals. Everybody would be beating down his door with pitchforks and torches trying to get rid of him. Al Sharpton. All of them would be, Joy Reid, they'd be screaming at him. But he's talking about white people. Oh, it's too white. Oh man, what is up with these white people? Yeah.
We have 2 women. We didn't have that for the longest time, judges. 1 judge and 1 magistrate judge.
I hate to keep stopping, but I just want you to hear what he says. We were too white and we were too male. The cardinal sin of DEI. This guy has worked up in Rhode Island and has taken the court that he's working in and he's crafted it like Play-Doh into the perfect DEI courtroom. We got women, we got black. Oh, it's perfect right now. So bring me cases that we can use our perfect DEI court to destroy people who don't believe in DEI. And here comes President Trump. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy who doesn't like DEI. Oh my God, is this not the right judge for them to put in front of him? It was dead before it even got to Rhode Island. Everything Trump was doing was dead before it even got in this guy's face. It was predetermined what was going to happen. I'm going to show you the next video, excuse me, to prove that to you. To prove to you that the Democrats have spent years putting all of this together as an insurance policy. They knew that there was a chance, even with what they planned on doing with the election, they knew that there was a chance that Donald Trump could win. And what we didn't know was what their plan was let's make sure we have the right activist judges in place so that what we could do, because we know our Congress people are idiots, they already knew that. See, whoever the deep state person who put this together knew that the Congress were idiots. They were all dipshits. They knew AOC wasn't going to do nothing. They know Jamie Raskin ain't going to do nothing. They know Nancy Pelosi has got one foot in the grave. They all know that. They weren't going to count on the Congress, the Democrat Congress, to do anything. They're basically babbling idiots, and they know that. So whoever the deep state puppets were, they said, here's our plan. Forget Congress. Let them just run around in Washington and have hearing after hearing. What's most important that we do is we put these judges and we appoint them to lifetime appointments so that they're always there, that we could run right to them, the special judge for the special need. Notice they didn't run to him about any immigration. Oh, no, they went right to him about the money to the black peoples. Oh, Your Honor, he's cutting off funds. You heard from Mark, that's a lie. Those funds kept flowing. So this guy was presented with a lie, and he still voted or judged Trump to be in the wrong.
Majority of court staff is white. It's a great place to work, so people don't leave. So that's been very hard to impact. We've not had a new hire, I think, in many years there because people stick around. And so we're a sad example of it, which is why we need to put in place. On the other hand, our probation department, which works directly with people once they get out of the criminal justice system, when I got there was all white. And when we hired a new probation officer, we said, this can't be. This just cannot be any longer. And we immediately got 4 openings, just happened to be, and we filled them with people of color. And
I couldn't believe it. I know you're sitting back right now watching this and going, there's no way. Yeah, there's way. This guy said, we can't have this. His words, we can't have this. We need to change this up. 4 openings came up somehow, and we filled them all. We filled them all differently. We brought in, some black, Hispanic, whatever, people of color. I hate that term. We're all people of color. Every single one of us are people of color. So this guy, what you're seeing is you got to peek into the reality of the situation here. This guy just didn't show up. They just didn't happen to run up to Rhode Island with the court filing and so, Your Honor, let me introduce ourselves to you. No, they knew who this guy was. They knew who this guy was all along. Hey, John, yeah, I've been sent by the Godfather. Are you ready to do your bidding to the Godfather? Yeah. Remember I told you about the scene with Enzo the baker? One day your Godfather going to call on you, and you're going to have to perform a service. Yes, Godfather. This is what this was. Somebody came to him and says, it's time for you to perform this service. I understand. And he did it. Because he is that type of person.
I've changed probation department. Just think about it for a second in that empathetic sort of way. You're an African-American young man who is predominantly criminal defendant, and you get walked into a court, and our court is majestic. I mean, it is, here, I'll show you. It is stunningly, beautifully majestic. It brings out all of the, you can see how we hold court. This is the background. And you get brought into this gigantic, beautiful, majestic courtroom. and you're in shackles. You're in chains, and you're being led along by a white U.S. Marshal, and everyone that you pass in the corridor is white, and you walk in and.
You mean a criminal? I've sat in courtrooms and I've watched, people be led in shackles and foot irons and everything else. And you know what? They're all kinds of different colors. Don't really care. They're criminals. I don't care if it's a white marshal. I don't care if it's a woman marshal. I don't care if it's a transformer marshal. They're perp walking criminals. But we can't have that. We cannot have that. We need to fix that up.
And, it's likely that most of the lawyers are white, and in you walk in and out comes this guy in a robe, another white person, and you've got to believe that you're asking yourself, do they understand who I am? Do they know who I am? Is there any sympathy? Is there any relationship to me? You've got my life in your hands. So the fact that
I'll tell you what, if Donald Trump made a mistake, his mistake is he should have had a black gay woman attorney go before him. You should have used Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals against him. Your Honor, we can't be having this money go across the ocean. It needs to be staying here. And then watch this guy just short circuit. What do you do? That was Trump's mistake. He should have brought in a Jasmine Crockett type to talk to the guy. Oh my God. What would he have done? He was expecting. Oh, he was sitting there in his big chair in his black robe. Look at these white guys from the Trump administration. Oh, you're already dead meat. You don't even know it. You're wasting your time because I'm going to just give you the thumbs down. But if they had brought in a Jasmine Crockett type attorney for Trump, Your Honor, I'm so sick of these people stealing my money. It's for just saying, I'm having fun with this because you have to have fun with it. I see some people like, why would you even put this guy up there? Why would you not? Why would you not want to know what we're up against? Why would you not want to see the level that these Democrats have gone to ensure without a doubt that they get the results that they want to get? This is scumbaggery on a whole different level. They didn't just walk into any court. They knew exactly who to walk into, whose court to walk into. So what you're seeing, just like you're seeing with USAID, you are seeing the result of what the deep state has done for a long, long time. This guy's been sitting there since 2011. And he's been crafting his witchcraft in his little court in Rhode Island to make it the perfect little DEI bastion. And you know what? I've got this. We've done this. We've changed this. I'm sure he's probably got a couple transformers that do the dictation. I'm sorry. I can't believe I put those words together. But in any event, they knew. They knew where to go.
I've never been subjected to I've never been personally subjected to racism. And racism plays such a huge role in the criminal justice system, from who gets stopped to who gets arrested to who gets prosecuted and how they get prosecuted and how they spend time in jail and everything along that horrible road. I've never experienced that. And that makes it hard, or it makes it easy to ignore that, right? But it makes it hard not to when there's no diversity, when you don't have colleagues that you can speak to, or when you're not diverse yourself. And make no mistake about it, race is present every single day in the courtroom, predominantly in criminal cases, but it's present in a goodly number of the civil cases that we do as well. So,
bingo, there you go. It's also prevalent in the civil cases as well. So there's nowhere you can get away from this. The fact of the matter at this point, it's just, it is what it is. And they're not going to allow us to get away from this. We're going to have to take it. Ashley sent me a couple of things that I will cover as soon as I'm done with this. In fact, just to let you guys know, we have another guest coming up at 3:30, so an hour from now. So we're going to keep going. It's Reagan Reese. We have Ashley's picked up another, believe it or not, another person who is a White House not court reporter, but a reporter in the White House pool. So that's awesome. So she'll be coming on at 3:30. So let's continue with Judge Boss Hogg here, who's actually a bona fide anti-racist. I don't know.
You know, diversity is important everywhere. It is vitally important in the judiciary. You know, it's not shocking that President Obama had a great track record of ensuring diversity, racial diversity amongst the bench. President Trump, not so much. I don't think.
Money shot. They call that the money shot. He hates Trump. They brought him a case knowing not so much. Nah, it's this guy Trump. It was dead in the water. I don't even know why Trump wouldn't package this and bring it to the appellate court and go, look who we're going against here. He's made no bones about it. He's on video doing an interview. That guy. Just looking at something. Actually, that was a question I was going to ask Reagan. All right. Anyway, let's continue.
He pointed a single person of color to the Court of Appeals, and very few people to the district court. So I'm hoping that President Biden will prioritize racial diversity on the bench as well, because if you don't have diversity of thought, then the courts aren't going to work right? Because if we're there to protect the minority while upholding the values of the Constitution, then it's going to be, you know, middle class white male rule continues.
Okay. You got it. We're here to protect the minority because we do not want white middle class to be, you know, the rule. And I'm not advocating for white middle class to be the rule. I'm saying whatever the person is, it doesn't really matter if they come before you in court. How about just letting the law dictate what happens? Instead of blowing it up into your big balloon and trying to pop it, how about just looking at the letter of the law and saying, okay, you broke into the bank. You got to go to jail. Or, you know, if the case doesn't show that you broke into the bank, it was actually somebody else that looked like you, then you don't go to jail. But the law is somebody's going to jail for breaking into the bank. And what he is saying is we need to make it equitable. So if in this regard, you're sending money to places across the world that improves diversity across the world, then we need to keep sending your money. That's what we're up against. A lot of people may not show you that. A lot of people may not dig into that because it's like third rail stuff. And you're taking on a judge. People they could say, hey, Barry, you know, you're really going after that judge. Oh, no, there's more. There's more, but I can't prove it, so I won't say it. If he's saying it on camera, I could show you. I can prove how much of a nut job he is just by showing you what he said. The whole part about did he get 700,000? Did he not get 700,000? I can't prove that. I don't have any wire transfer receipts, so I can't say it. People are out there saying that he got this kind of money back and forth. I don't know. Obviously, there's also a trail between his daughter and the Department of Education. How much she got paid, I don't know. But I do know I saw a video where this guy down-talked Trump, number one, as he was talking, and number two was completely focused on DEI. That's what he did. Now I can't put comments on the screen today because that my software integration isn't working. But let me see here. It says then taking an oath means nothing. Kate CSAP says, it seems like it. Taking an oath means nothing. He said, I have to be able to have my opinions. The judge's opinion ends where the law begins. Yeah, absolutely. They're not doing it. Where is it? The judge's opinion ends with his range of options for sentences provided in the law. Agreed. Gary Hill says, you're not there to serve diversity. You're there to serve justice, the Constitution, and the American people. David Lupton, guess he forgot that justice is supposed to be blind. Yes, that's probably one of the best comments. Lady Liberty, the scales of justice, she's blind. And he specifically no longer wants that to be the case. No judge should be blindly judging someone on the law. He just said it. You heard the judge say it. Now, I did see some comments in here, and people were saying, why do I have to listen to this? And I just want to keep telling you, if you don't know your opponent, you've already lost. You will not win anything if you don't know what you're going up against. There's not a single time that anybody who's playing any sport goes to the game and they don't know who's on the schedule tonight. No, I'm playing this team. I'm going to watch game films. I got to see what they're doing and what they're all about. And so if you say, nah, I don't even want to see it, then you're a spectator at this point. You're not in the game. I want to know who I'm fighting against. I want to know and dig deep into who these people are and what's going on. I urge you to do the same. Now you know who the guy is, Judge McConnell. Start looking yourself. Start understanding what the Constitution says about judges. Hey, let me just read you something. I posted it earlier. Let me see if I can bring it up real quick so you guys can see it. I want you to understand this because there's some stuff when you start looking into all of this, and then people will say some really stupid things. I didn't know this myself because I hadn't read this. I didn't know that judges were not appointed for life. That is a complete lie. Complete lie. So I want to show you this. Let me bring this up because you can see it yourself. Boom. Is the remedy for the absurdity of these lower libnut judges plainly stated in the Constitution? All right. Article 3, Section 1. And it talks about judges, the judiciary. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as a Congress may from time to time order and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior and shall at stated times receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Let me know if you see anything in there that says you get a lifetime employment. We've been lied to. We have been lied to. The judges shall hold their offices, quote, during good behavior. Interesting that the word behavior in English language there is in capital B, as if it's a noun. So where are we getting this whole life appointee stuff? You only get to be there during good behavior. Is this an argument Donald Trump and his people can make? I don't know. But I would try at this point because obviously these people don't care what you have to say. Not at all. Ashley just sent me something. Oh, by the way, just want to let you know, Eric Adams definitely flipped. Just mayor of New York. Yeah, he flipped. He's working with Tom Homan now. Yeah, some funny stuff going on. But President Trump just signed an executive order. And the order is, he signed an executive order halting all federal funding for schools which mandate the C-19 vaccine. They're probably already running to the courthouse. He signed it, and there were probably people waiting to get a copy of it. Give me the copy, because we already got the the word processor ready. We're going to type up the and run it to the courthouse. Going to get sued. Going to get sued. No doubt going to get sued. You're probably saying to yourself, Barry, how do you know he's going to be sued? What makes you think he's going to be sued so fast? Well, I got something for you. Let's look at this.
Dave, your piece is titled, Actually, the Resistance is Working, and you point out the resistance looks a little different this time than it did 8 years ago, say. It's not people marching in the streets necessarily. You're talking about resistance in the courts. You're talking about resistance from state attorneys generals. So how is it working?
I think John set it up well. They're not stopping everything, but they had a plan B if they lost the election, to organize lawsuits very early, find plaintiffs very early, as soon as they weren't sure if it would be Elon Musk acting, but as soon as the Trump administration acted to cut staff, to stop what organizations were doing, to shut down agencies, they were going to sue instantly, and they have. So you had Democracy Forward and Sky Perriman create this coalition of liberal legal groups. They're up to, when I talked to them this week, up to 400 that are involved in this in some way, and they're moving very quickly against a Trump administration that's also moving quicker than it did 8 years ago. They did not have the same level of legal talent they have now. They were much more stymied, for example, with the Muslim ban. That was their first legal test 8 years ago. They kept losing and having to rewrite it. This time they are acting differently. And that context is important. There is nothing that House Democrats can do, Senate Democrats can do, or a lawyer can do if somebody leaves this administration and they don't get their job back in 6 months if they win the case. The NLRB is slightly frozen. There are a lot of tools that the Trump administration is using to shrink the administrative state. I'm just saying the Democrats knew that would happen, and they were not naive in waiting for it to move. Contradicting a little bit of the idea that Democrats are stymied, they're blown away, they can't respond to this stuff in real time. Members of Congress and leadership are having trouble getting in the news cycle, but the attorneys are really not having trouble getting into court.
I think also, though, Dave, this is what
So this was all planned. Every bit of what you're seeing right now it's actually come out. This was all planned. It was their strategy all along. They knew the people in Congress were useless. They knew it. We saw it all. We saw the buffoonery. And whoever it is behind the scenes, see, this is where the question keeps coming up in my mind. If everybody we see on the Democrat Party is a loon, and we can see them as loons, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, name the person. There doesn't seem to be anybody with any real prowess, which means they're just figureheads. Just go ahead, be a congressperson, be a senator, just be out there. They don't care. It's whoever's behind the scenes that's controlling all of this, and it's not Obama. It goes way beyond Obama. He got paid. He was a puppet as well. He may be a lieutenant. Somebody back there, some group of people, like Mark even said, are controlling all of this. And they knew this going in, and they had to have a backup. Hey, listen, so if Trump somehow beats this cackling fool, Kamala, we need to make sure that we're still protected. I hope to God that President Trump had some insight and had some people behind the scenes who were warning him about that as well. Because if that backup plan wasn't there by the Democrats, it would be over already. It may be over now because even their arguments in court don't seem to make any sense. And because Trump is going with a full court press every single day, something else. Make them just keep going, running into court. This one today telling any school system, any court any school system that mandates the COVID vaccine. Oops, I said the word. That vaccine. At this point, we're not going to give you any money. So they're going to have, like the guy you just heard, going to run right to court. The response at this point, let me just tell you. At this point, ignore the politicians. When I saw that video, I said today, you know what? Today is the last day that I have to cut a video regarding a Democrat politician. Today should be the last day that you turn into the news and listen to a Democrat politician. They are now rendered moot. The only people that matter are who the attorneys are and who's been hired to go and where they're going to sue and to what courtroom they're going to go to. Everything else that you're seeing on television is merely a Broadway show. Forget about it. They know what's going on, and this guy, another one. I had wrote, they want a revolution, you might get one. This is Judge Amir Ali. Judge Amir Ali just unilaterally ordered the Trump administration to resume funding to USAID. Amir Ali. Let's see where Amir Ali is from, because something tells me, let me just do the work here and figure out where Judge Amir Ali is from. Judge Amir Ali, yeah, I got to show you this one. Judge Amir Ali. Judge Amir Ali is a Canadian-American lawyer, an academic who's serving as a district judge in D.C. He received a Bachelor of Software Engineering from University of Waterloo and went to Harvard Law, and he was appointed just not even a year ago by Joe Biden. He was born Amir Hatem Mahdi, and he was born in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. Sleeper cells all over the place. Okay. He received his judicial commission on November 22nd, 2024, became the first Muslim and Arab American to be named a federal judge. What's very interesting is when you look down in here, at least the Republicans tried. On November 20th, the United States Senate invoked cloture on his nomination by a 50 to 48 vote, with Senator Kristen Sinema voting against it. Notice anything about the day he was confirmed? Are you noticing anything? He was, what was it? Yeah, right here. November, anyway, you can see it. November 20th, 2024. November 2024. What happened in November of 2024? Well, in November 2024, in case any of you have a sudden loss of memory, because it was just a few months ago, Biden got ass-mushed. So this guy was put on the judicial bench right after the election. I mean, it couldn't have been any sooner. Later. November 22nd. The election was November 5th. So while we were all popping champagne and happy, and Republicans were happy, Trump was coming into office, the sleeper cells were being put in place. They knew what was coming. They knew Kamala got beat. Because by then, it's like, oh, she got beat? Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and get this judge in as fast as possible. November 2024. This guy got into office. This guy has been in office since November, and today, or yesterday, no, it was today, he ordered the Trump administration to resume funding to USAID. You get it? You're understanding right now what's going on? You see it? Make me pissed. Let me read some comments since I can't put them on the screen. I'm going to ask Grok to show all the judges appointed by Biden. Yep. The detective work by Barry, says Teresa. Brian Johnson says, like a bad soap opera. Yeah. You know what? I wonder if I could do this, because I can't put them on the screen today, and I just love taking comments and showing comments. Maybe I can do it this way. Oh, this might work. So I get to let you guys see some of the comments on screen as well. Yeah, here we go. I can do this. Okay. Alan Kelchner, the judge needs to be disrobed, or is that the benched, or is it disbarred, whichever. Erica, that means others will be coming up. Only some are appointed for life. Why are they appointed for life? Judges need revoked. These judges are ordering criminal activity to continue. Doesn't he have to be an American? Guess not. Guess not. C-19 is so yesterday. Bird flu is the new juice. How do you fund something that no longer exists? Good point. Are there any more snuck under the radar? Reese Mack says probably. I would bet there's even more just waiting. You'll see where this one heads to. The executive order that Donald Trump just did, where are they going to run to for this one? Can the judges be removed? All right, so the judges can be removed. Oh, wow, somebody says it was 200 judges Biden appointed. 200. That's just insane. Absolutely insane that would be the way that they would do it. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know the answer to this. I just know that what is happening is so crazy that it is going to require a lot of work in the legal system, and it's not in the congressional or Senate system. We have morphed from an electoral government to a judicial government. You're seeing it play out right now. The judges are flexing muscle to the point where they are beginning to try and dictate that they set policy. Not the Congress, doesn't matter, we don't care about them. It's they who set policy. And if that's the case, we're in a really, really bad situation, because what that means on the flip side, eventually there will be another Democrat president. And so the Republicans are going to run to Trump judges. Now, some of you may say to yourself, well, that's okay. If it goes to a Trump judge, then, it would rule to our favor. Except the problem with that, as I see it, the big problem is that your vote would no longer matter. See, you're not voting for some judge in Rhode Island. You're not voting for some judge in some other city. You're voting for a president and a vice president. And so what happens to our way of life of voting for someone that we think is, quote, going to lead the country? That is no longer the case. You've just heard these people scream bloody murder for 2 weeks about unelected people. Well, all of these judges are unelected. Every single one of them. And they're submitting the power of the government to these unelected judges. One doesn't even seem like he's even from America. He's Canadian American. So it doesn't bode well for either side. Because as soon as a Democrat gets in office, they're just going to run to Trump or Reagan appointed judges. Hey, we need to stop this. Unfortunately, they'll run to Trump appointed judges who are going to want to do the right thing because they believe in the law. These guys don't care. I don't know where it goes, but I know it has to happen. At this point, you have got to bring in the Supreme Court. Speaking of law, let's listen to what Miss Letitia had to say after she was, served with papers from Pam Bondi. So you know what she's going to say. She's going to say that we're going to fight, and we're just going to keep fighting no matter what, because that's all they have to say. We're just checking something. All right, so let's listen to Letitia. Hold on.
To the state of New York.
Her volume isn't working like it should, so hold on. Let me go ahead and turn up her volume because you got to hear this crap here. She's mad. She's big mad. Big mad.
Payments to the state of New York and to states all across this nation. It is unacceptable, unconstitutional, ultra-vires. They have exceeded their authority. And so it's important that attorneys general representing our respective states stand up and enforce the rule of law, because Elon Musk, individuals at the Treasury, and the President of these United States is not above the law. And we will continue. You know, as attorneys general, we've been preparing for this. This is not the outcome that we wanted.
They've been preparing for this, she says. Yes, they have been indeed preparing for this. So what's got these people all discombobulated, in addition to Pam Bondi coming out, I called this for you guys the other day. I said to you, when I saw that the charges were being dropped in New York City by the Department of Justice. Remember me telling you? I think I even posted. I think I posted it, and I said when I posted it that here, let me hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to have to download this, because now things are happening very, very quickly that are crazy what's going on. And what's happening is Pam Bondi, the new Attorney General, has instructed New York City to dismiss the charges of Eric Adams. Now, this woman committed Harry Carey. She basically jumped on the sword. She jumped on the sword and said, "No, I'm not," and got fired. Listen to this real quick, because this is just insane where this is going. Absolutely insane.
Acting U.S. attorney here in New York resigning just days after the Justice Department ordered her to drop criminal charges against New York City's Mayor Eric Adams. This is another story that continues to unfold in a lot of layers. Justice correspondent David Spunt joins me now live from the Department of Justice. Hi, David.
Hi, Martha, and this is going to continue to unfold over the next few days. So on Monday, acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove, former defense attorney for President Trump, running DOJ until Pam Bondi got in as AG, he instructed Danielle Sassoon, the acting U.S. attorney at SDNY Southern District of New York, to drop the case against Mayor Eric Adams. They called it weaponization. They said he was not able to carry out his duties as mayor. He instructed her to drop it. 4 days later, it's not dropped. I just got my hands literally on an 8-page letter, and he is laying into Danielle Sassoon for not dropping the case. He says, "Ms. Sassoon, in response to your refusal to comply with my instruction to dismiss, I write to notify you that your resignation is accepted." It says the decision is based on your choice to continue pursuing a politically motivated prosecution despite an express instruction to dismiss the case. You lost sight of the oath that you took when you started at the Department of Justice by suggesting that you retain discretion to interpret the Constitution. So Eric Adams' case right now, Martha, is officially not dropped. A judge would have to sign off on it. Where we are now is that Danielle Sassoon has resigned. The Justice Department will put somebody in that position until President Trump's choice is going to be confirmed. And the judge really doesn't have much recourse. If the prosecution and the defense both agree that Eric Adams' case needs to be thrown out, ultimately, it's probably going to be thrown out. But right now, there's definitely a lot going back and forth between this building here in Washington, D.C. and SDNY over the Eric Adams case, which is still not dropped at this point.
And
so get this right. Your boss tells you to do this. You're so ideologically tainted, you're not going to do what your boss tells you to do. Nope, not going to do it. I'm just going to do it. No, drop the frickin' charges. Nope, not going to do it. All right, so you're fired. That's what you call gross insubordination. Your boss tells you this is what you're supposed to do. You don't do it. If you don't do what the boss tells you to do, you don't even have a leg to stand on trying to sue or anything else. You can't even say wrongful termination. I told you, I gave you direct order. You have to do this. And she wouldn't do it. So what does that tell you? Just to go back up in case you're like, well, Barry, I understand what this is. Eric Adams, because he complained about the newcomers in New York City, he started getting some flack from the Biden administration. This was back, I don't know, September, August. And he started digging into all different aspects of his life because he wasn't playing ball. He wasn't doing what they wanted him to do. So because he wouldn't do what they wanted him to do, they indicted him. And I believe they indicted his brother too. I'm not really sure who else they brought in on this. And so he just sat there, and they were going to put him in jail and do all kinds of things to him and try to fire him, and because he was in the way in New York. He's sitting there and he's going through, telling we can't afford all this stuff here with bringing these people in. I don't have the ability to deal with all of this. What do you want me to do? And they wouldn't let him stop. And so he got into a whole bunch of problems, and they started showing things that people, if you looked at, you're like, there's something weird about this. He's cozying up to Trump. And Trump, remember when President Trump went to go see him before the election? And then after he gets elected, meets with President Trump again, and when they're in New York, and then all of a sudden Pam Bondi drops the indictment. And I said right then, you can go back and look at the video, I said he flipped. And somebody in the chat said, what do you mean flip? What does flip mean? I'm saying that he's given up the whole kit and caboodle at this point. He's telling everybody where the money went, how it went, who is getting paid. You saved my butt. I'm going to turn state's witness. I'm a stool pigeon. He's going to give it up. And now this woman not wanting to drop the indictment, to drop the charges, tells me specifically that's exactly what happened. It was like, oh no, we got to keep charging him. He knows too much. All right, so the next day, literally today, the next day after they forced this woman, or actually fired her, and they're in the process of dropping the charges, you ain't going to believe what happened. This proves he's working with the Trump administration. Well, here you go.
Mr. Mayor, from your perspective, how did this meeting go? Why was it necessary?
Good. I think that, and Tom can speak for himself, I think he had a real level of frustration, and he was trying to figure out, hey, what's going on, Eric? What is happening? And we were able to get in the room and really articulate what are my powers, what are my authorities, and what are some of the things that we need to legislatively address that is preventing us from doing what we want to do, and that is getting dangerous people off our streets.
Right, and Tom Homan, as you know, Mayor, a couple days ago said he was angry at you in New York City because sounds like last time you guys got together over at Gracie Mansion, you probably said some stuff, maybe we'd like to do this and that. And I think Mr. Homan, and Tom, you could start with this. You were frustrated that he wasn't doing enough. He wasn't keeping up his end of the deal.
Well, look, you know, I've been on the network for 4 years, and I've called the mayor out many times for not stepping up when it comes to public safety threats. But I tell you, when I sat down with him, I saw the cop in him. And he really does want to do the right thing because he is a cop. He's a lifelong cop. And so he wants to help take public safety threats off the streets in New York, make New York safer. He also wants to help find these missing children. We got 300,000 missing children. That many of them are here in this city. We know that. We got to find them. And we'll be working with his intelligence division, his officers, to save these children because many of these children are forced sex trafficking.
Come on. I wasn't born yesterday. And I definitely wasn't born last night. We met before and he didn't want to do anything. Oh, the charges get dropped. Oh, he wants to work with us. Come on. You guys see that, right? You can see he's all chummy sitting next to Tom Homan. And it's almost like the guys on Fox and Friends were like saying, hey, man, you guys weren't getting along. Now you're getting along. You're like best buddies. How did that happen? Well, yeah, I decided to work with him.
Enforced labor, we need to save them. And I think everybody can agree to that. I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on.
Yeah, and, people want to hijack this narrative and turn it into a political narrative where we're saying we need to have public safety. I requested the meeting. I reached out to his team and said, we want to sit down. This has been an issue I was talking about before the election. Spring of 2022. You look at these quotes over and over again. We need to go after these dangerous people in our street. And now I have someone that understands.
Okay. There's a comment made by B. Guerrero. Sorry, I can't put it up on the screen. B says, but Eric Adams needs to make up his mind. Either you're on the MAGA train or you're in the liberal train. You can't be in the middle. Eric Adams is on the Eric Adams train. Don't think for an instant this guy has jumped ship and is now on the MAGA train. He's on the Eric Adams train. The Eric Adams train was stopped. It was going nowhere except maybe to Rikers Island. You're going to go to jail. Maybe even a federal prison. They were coming after you. And somebody threw him a lifeline, i.e. President Trump, and said, here's what we'll do. We'll keep you out of jail, and but you're going to tell us everything that's been going on. And you're going to help my buddy Tom Homan here start rounding these people up. So what do you say? We'll drop the charges. You help Tom round people up. Sounds like a good deal. The Eric Adams train continues, and he's going to help Tom Homan round these people up.
That narrative, and we are fighting together to get it done.
I know Tom has been on our network so many times saying he felt like ICE's hands were tied under the last administration. You've agreed to sign an executive order to open up an ICE office at Rikers Island so that these dangerous criminals that are here illegally can be deported. Tell the folks at home, because they'll hear this, they'll say, oh, they're going to come after me next. You said these are the worst of the worst. So who is at Rikers Island that will be deported? What have they done?
And you bring in 2 points where the father.
Oh, somebody in the chat said, snitch. That's exactly what he is. Who sang this song? Kid Creole and a Coconuts. Stool pigeon. Cha 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 cha. Oh yeah, he snitched. Oh yeah. Like I said, he's not MAGA. He's not on the MAGA train. He's on the Eric Adams train. Completely different demeanor. Sitting next to Tom Homan. Hey, we're even going to let you get into Rikers. Go ahead. Pull them all out of there. We don't care. What else you need? What else you need? Oh, where the money went? Oh, okay, we're going to show you where the money went as well. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This guy has done a complete mea culpa. Just keep me out of jail, okay? And somebody asked also, is it a quid pro quo? No. These deals are made all the time. Tell me what you got, and I'll tell you if it's acceptable or not. And Eric Adams says, I know where the money is. I know who sent it. I know where it got deposited. I know who's working with the little NGOs. And you can use Rikers, and I'll open up Rikers, and you can go in and grab people out. And Trump's team said, it's a start. It's a start. We can start there. I'm going to put you in touch with Tom Homan. He's going to come up there and talk to you. And from a visual perspective, I want you to understand this. From a visual perspective, Eric Adams with Tom Homan goes on Fox News in New York City. I just want you to look at this visual. He just look at that visual, okay? You got these two guys sitting together telling you they're going to work together. And you're anywhere in New York City or anywhere in the world, and you're seeing this, and these two guys are going to work together. Mayor Eric Adams and Tom Homan. What does that tell every newcomer in the biggest city in America? What does it tell every newcomer in Chicago? You got nowhere to hide, man. Eric Adams just cut a deal with Trump. You might want to start packing your bags. Remember, New York, what's it have nowadays? 9 million? With the newcomers, 11 million? Who knows how many people, millions, are in New York City who just saw them sitting armchair right there together, going to be working together. What message do you think that visual sends? What do you think that sends to all of the newcomers in and around New York City? It means I better start packing. I bet all the little niches and hotels and apartments and different places, NGOs, churches, church organizations. He knows it all. What are there, 40,000 police officers in New York City who know every nook and cranny of that city but weren't allowed to arrest anybody? He's now working with the Trump administration. At this point, Tom Homan's probably going to have to rent one of the office buildings there. They're going to be so busy. I can't imagine how many newcomers Biden pushed into New York. You know, if those people standing in that hotel that they were giving $59 million to, that should be empty in about a week. There's no place for you to hide.
Narrative. ICE is running in our schools. ICE is running in our churches. And they are creating this frenzy. They're not in the business of just grabbing children. And we need to, just stop all this noise. Rikers Island, particularly after all the reforms, Rikers Island is now having some of the most dangerous people in our city. And by having ICE on Rikers Island, part of our gang intelligence, using our intel with NYPD, correction officers, we could identify those gangs inside and outside on the street. There was no reason they were removed from Rikers Island. And as I sat down with Tom earlier, I said that we're going to look at all the legalese. I'm able to do an executive order to put them back on Rikers Island, what they should be with part of our criminal justice apparatus.
You have a
I'm going to write an executive order. Hey, why didn't you do that a month ago? Oh, because I didn't have a deal with Trump then. Exactly. Everything. It's so funny when I hear these people capitulate and like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to try this. Okay, why didn't you do it before? You had plenty of time. You're in mayor of New York City. You could have done this at any time. Oh, that's right. Mayorkas wouldn't let you. Mayorkas told you, you need to take these people. And you need to just shut up and let them filthify your entire city. Let them run crazy. You remember the cops were getting beat? You remember they were having games where they were walking up and just punching people in the street? All the New York police saw that. They saw it happening on a daily basis, and they were so frustrated because their leadership wasn't doing anything, because their leadership was trapped because they had indicted him. Even when he decided to open his mouth, they slapped it out of him. Shut up and take it. And if you don't take it, we're going to put you in jail. That's why Kathy Hochul is running around right now talking about how can we fire him. How can we get removed? Because they know what's about to happen. And I don't know how you could fire or remove Eric Adams at this point for trying to defend your city. That's specifically his job, Kathy. So now Kathy Hochul and Letitia James both got charged, sued, whatever you want to call it, by Pam Bondi 2 days ago. All right, fill in the blanks here. How could Kathy Hochul and Letitia James get charged by President Trump's administration in New York? Who would know what Kathy Hochul and Letitia James have been up to? Who would know the conversations that took place between Kathy Hochul and Letitia James? Who would know what money, what deals, what hotels, what contracts, written and otherwise, took place in New York City? Who would know all of that? Eric Adams. So now you're going to see a complete panic at this point, because just imagine over the last 4 years, everything that they have huddled and said, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, you're going to get paid this much, you're going to get paid that much, don't worry about it, we got this covered. And he was in those meetings. He was an integral part of that meeting. This is how you take down the mob. He's basically Capone's accountant. He was there. He was right there. And by these people sitting together, this single-handedly, to me, tells me how serious the attack is on these newcomers. Because now we know in the biggest city in the country, if not the world, I forget if they're the biggest city in the world anymore. But now you're going to be able to round these people up on a 24/7 basis. 24/7. All kinds of task force, all kinds of police, undercover. Oh. And he knows where the bodies are buried. Rhonda Adams, no relation, says you better get security. Mary Adams, get 2 Adams, follow the federal money. Eva Gonzalez said Letitia James is toast. R. Ramos says heard yesterday Bragg wants to up the case against Adams. Yeah, now they're trying to do everything to take him down, but this guy's protected. He has the strength of the federal government behind him and Pam Bondi. They can't touch him. They will try, but they can't touch him. Notice not a peep from Alvin Bragg. He's trying not to. Adams isn't dishonorable. He was backed into a corner. How can I participate? I don't see that. Shock and awe in New York. Yep. So you're seeing this all play out, and what I'm trying to do is lay these things together so you can see what's happening. His indictment gets dismissed. And then the very next day, he's sitting here with Tom Homan on Fox and Friends. I mean, you couldn't even write that script. Gonna do this? We're gonna do this. I told this girl to drop the charges. She didn't. You're fired then for not dropping the charges. Why do you think she resisted dropping the charges? Why did the state's or U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York, who got the call from the big office, drop the charges? Why would she have said no? You're just a paid employee. You are just a paid federal attorney. You get your check next week or the week after, no matter what. Doesn't matter. Why would you put your personal livelihood on the line not to drop these charges? Well, that's pretty simple to ask, because I wouldn't care. Hey, the boss said drop the charges. All right, boom, drop the charges. I have no stake in this. Unless, of course, you do have a stake in this. I mean, just think of that. If your boss told you to X, Y, or Z and cancel that contract, you're like, hey, listen, hey, Fred, yeah, boss doesn't want to do it anymore. We're going to cancel that contract. All right, sorry, it worked out this way. No, I'm not doing it. What do you mean you're not doing it? Number one, you just set off all kinds of fires. What do you mean you're not going to drop it? And now I'm going to have to look at you. I'm wondering now, were you getting kickbacks or what you were doing? You've just put yourself in the spotlight. You just stepped up. Wow.
Wing legislature, everybody knows it, and for some reason nobody votes in New York, so the same left-wingers get in every time. But if you had your druthers, would New York City be a sanctuary city?
What we will always be. This has always been a city of immigrants.
So you think it should be?
No. Let me explain, because this is what's getting conflated off.
It was a very simple question. Should it or should it not be a sanctuary city? Well, yes. Oh, no, I meant to say no. Oh, God, what did I tell Pam Bondi?
All the time. But a sanctuary city is stated that if you're in this city and you're paying taxes, you should have access to the services. What I asked the city council to do, change the bill that was already in place and modify it, that if you are committing a crime, that we should be able to collaborate with ICE, even on civil enforcement, if you have committed a crime. That part of the bill is wrong. But everyday people who are here until they're moving to be documented, if they are going to school, working, paying taxes, then they should be able to provide police services, hospital services, children should go to school. That is what we're saying.
You don't agree with that, Tom?
I don't agree. I think sanctuaries are sanctuary criminals. But we walked out of the meeting yesterday, and getting back on Rikers Island is a game changer.
He's trying to save himself and his ideology, and that he completely didn't turn on everybody. But how can you be a little bit sanctuary? That's it. It goes back to that, like being a little bit pregnant. How are you going to be a little bit sanctuary? Well, we're going to be a sanctuary on this. But if this happens, we're no longer sanctuary. Then you're not a sanctuary city, which doesn't make any sense anyway. stupidest term ever. Because what you're trying to say is if you're here, even though you're illegal, but you don't break the law, you're going to be okay. Tom Homan's like, it's all the way. It's all the way. You've already broken the law. We may not prioritize you. We may be going after the ones already in jail or the people who commit crimes, but we're coming for you too. Yeah, don't get us wrong.
Like, not only we get the bad guys where they hit the street, the intelligence of how TDA operates, where they're operating, all this intelligence they gather at Rikers Island, we'll have access to. But no, I'm strictly against sanctuary city status just because I think sanctuaries are for criminals.
Right.
And
they're a magnet.
But the beauty here is that we're allowed to disagree.
Right.
But we do agree.
I just wanted to say that somebody in the chat, or a few people are saying Trump is signing something right now. No, Trump isn't signing anything right now. How do I know that? Because President Trump, as we speak, is getting ready to come home. There's the big bird. President Trump may have signed something earlier. That's what I talked to you about, the no funding for schools that deal with the C-19 stuff. But there's our president in his private personal jet, getting ready to take off from Washington. He is supposed to touch down here in Palm Beach at about 4:30. So I'm only putting this up because there's people in the chat saying he's on TV right now. Not unless he's broadcasting from Air Force One, which I am positive RSBN would have it live if he was doing something. So right now, you're just watching President Trump and his entourage heading south here to beautiful 82, 83 degree, bright sunshine, South Florida. Last time I checked, it was like, well, that was the water temperature in the pool. The water temperature in the pool is a nice cool 84. It is now here in South Florida, 83 degrees. Sorry you guys up there may be doing bad weather, but there it is. The big bird is getting ready to take off. And there's Marine One that had previously dropped him off. So no, President Trump is not in the White House. That's over. We may see some clips here or there, but President Trump is coming home. He's on his way to Mar-a-Lago, down here to the southern White House. So anyway, let me just talk. I'll leave that up for a little bit so you guys can see that. Just love that plane. I love the Trump plane too, but I just love that big 747 big bird that he's flying on. All right, so Eric Adams obviously is trying to save his butt. And when you put the breadcrumbs together, you can see what's happening. There's no way that you can't see all this stuff being put together. He was going to be indicted. Well, he was indicted. He had a chance of going to jail, him and his brother, I believe. And now that has been completely dismissed, and he's on stage with Tom Homan at Fox News the very next day after the prosecutor was fired. Not a quid pro quo if he took a deal. And we'll see what happens with him. So Reagan Reese is I can see her trying to log in right now. She's not in as of yet. But I just wanted you to understand it. So Reagan Reese, I believe, is with, I'll let her say where she's from. I believe she's from Daily Caller. Let me see. So you guys can see the plane. It's about to take off. Big bird. Just love it. I'll cut to Reagan as soon as this thing takes off. But that's all I got to say about Eric Adams. You understand what's going on. He's been basically a freed man at this point as he's working with Tom Homan. As this thing is going down the runway. Man, that's one big plane. I've always loved avionics. I don't even know how that thing can get off the ground. Sort of the same thing like other side of the coin. We look at like aircraft carriers, how those things can even float. But the front wheels are just up, and he should be totally off the ground right now. So he'll be here in South Florida in about an hour and a half. There's President Trump heading home, and I've got Reagan Reese from the Daily Caller, another White House reporter. So let's talk. Reagan, are you there?
Yeah, hey.
You hear me? Everything fine?
I can, yeah.
So you did you get a chance to see that big bird fly off too? Could you see it on your screen?
Yes, I could.
All right, so tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I'm the White House correspondent for the Daily Caller. I've been covering the White House for about a year and a half now. So covered the Biden White House extensively, and now it's a whole new world under Donald Trump. And I'm still there. I'm still in the briefing room, still following him around.
How come you're not on the plane on the way down here to Palm Beach?
Well, so Air Force One and how it works with the press is a funny thing. There's only a select number of press that are allowed to go on Air Force One, but also it's really expensive. It is a first class ticket and then some. And so because of that, it kind of weeds out smaller outlets like myself that can't consistently afford to go on these trips with the president. And so, yeah, that's why I'm not on the plane.
I didn't know that. So he wait 1 second. I'm just going to freeze something because he's signing it. They've got it ready. So you actually have to pay to get on a flight with Air Force One. It's just not done by your approved media outlet. You have to actually buy a ticket.
Correct. Yes.
Oh my God.
And it's honestly unbelievable. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So if you wanted to, could you fly down here and then just be part of the pool here or just take a commercial flight? Could you do that? Or that's something that you still can't get the credentials to do?
I'm sure, when the president travels different places, there are opportunities to cover those events. If he is making public events, it's typically called pre-credentialed media. So yes, that is always an option. But, when we decide to travel places, we typically want to make sure we're getting the bang for our buck, again, being a little bit of a smaller outlet. And so I won't travel very often.
Oh, okay. So tell me the difference. You were there during the Biden White House. Now you're there during the early days of the Trump White House. Were you around in the previous Trump administration?
I was not, no.
Okay. So what do you see different right off the bat between the Biden White House and what's going on now with Caroline Leavitt?
Yeah, so when I was in the Biden White House, I always tell this story. I only got called on by the press secretary 3 times, and twice came last January 2024. There was a light dusting of snow, and if you've ever been to D.C., you get a couple inches of snow and everything shuts down. Being from upstate New York, I still went into work that day. I still attended the White House press briefing, and there was hardly anybody there. And that left Karine Jean-Pierre no choice but to call on me. And then that was the last time I was called on after that. Since being in this Trump White House, I asked more questions of President Trump on his first day in office than I ever did of President Biden in a year of covering him. And I've been called on now twice by Caroline Leavitt in the press briefings, which is more than halfway to the amount that the Biden White House called on me.
Awesome, very awesome. We get to speak to Monica a lot. Monica has been on the show. Monica Page. I'm not sure if you're familiar with her.
Yeah, good friend.
And she's a younger woman too. Just I guess this is her first year there. One of the things that we saw, I think it was yesterday, and it was Caitlin Collins. And forget the subject matter because I'm not really concerned about the whole White House correspondence and the banning of the AP. Forget about that. How do other people relate to Caitlin Collins being so belligerent to President Trump?
Well, I will say this. Caitlin Collins once had my job here at the Daily Caller. She was our very first White House correspondent. And, it's unfortunate, I think, when you come from a right-wing outlet that's maybe a little bit smaller, that's the resistance, that has to be scrappy, that doesn't have all of the resources that the mainstream media has. And as a White House correspondent for the Daily Caller, coming from that, I have really had such an appreciation for the work that other outlets in conservative media, these new media outlets, do. And there's definitely a certain way that the mainstream media outlets in the White House act. They're definitely entitled and do get special privileges. And I think that is just because they have a TV camera at press conferences. They always get to sit in the front rows. And so, I typically refrain from bashing Caitlin because we, come from the same background. She once had my job. But there's definitely some way that the mainstream media is treated. There are privileges that they get in the White House briefing room that outlets like myself do not get.
I've also noticed, not just with Caitlin Collins, but some of the other ones, they'll ask a question and they'll hog the microphone and ask 2 or 3 questions and follow up. Are you allowed to ask follow-ups, or you get one shot and that's it?
Well, when you see these outlets, I can tell you just from behind the scenes, I'll go this way. It's really like reality TV for them, and these are their moments to shine. And so I have gotten follow-ups in press briefings before, but I think there is something about that camera that they have on them, that microphone, that makes them better to get questions from, that makes them more aggressive, maybe more selfish. For example, when at President Trump's first press conference with Prime Minister Netanyahu, all of those TV reporters get to go in first and kind of set up their cameras ahead of time. And that allows them to get the front seats of this press briefing. And someone like me then has to stand off to the side. And sitting with these hosts are also their producers and their cameramen, taking up seats that should be for me and other print journalists. So when they're hogging the mic and stuff like that, I think it all comes from just the glamorous TV side of things, that they kind of give themselves these privileges.
So coming from the Daily Caller, there's been, Tucker Carlson was there at one point, I believe, and obviously Ben Shapiro. What do you think about the availability of bringing in the new media as the first question?
Yeah, so Tucker is actually our co-founder here at the Daily Caller with his college roommate, Neil Patel. I think the new media is great. We are definitely blessed at the Daily Caller to have a seat in the White House briefing room and to be a part of the White House pool. That's something that the White House correspondents before me really laid the groundwork for and worked hard to be admitted into, because who controls this is this WHCA that is liberal run, and they really are not open to change. And so, being one of only a few conservative outlets that are allowed in this pool, that are allowed to have a seat in the briefing room, I totally welcome the new media in the briefing room, because it creates this larger band of journalists who are able to push back against these liberal outlets that control the WHCA and control kind of this hierarchy that is in the briefing room. And so it's definitely a good thing that I think is starting to make the mainstream media realize they're not as important as they think they are.
So without getting yourself into hot water with the WHCA, should somebody see it and report it, I have a question moving more into like what's been happening on a daily basis. So we're seeing all this stuff with Doge. We're seeing the monstrosity that this monster in terms of the money that's been stolen, corrupted, whatever you want to call it. Is there been a concerted effort by reporters not to discuss the money? Because I hear them talking about Elon Musk and being unelected and the Doge kids and everything else, but I never hear anybody say to Caroline, can you, and I was amazed when she had those receipts that day. It seems like as soon as those receipts got shown, everybody shut up. Why are they avoiding talking about what's found versus the process of finding it?
I have no idea what they're saying amongst themselves, because I kind of do my own thing when I'm in the briefing room, and I don't know if they totally want to talk to me either. But there is definitely just a liberal freak out over this. And I think what we saw in November was not just President Trump versus Kamala Harris. It was the mainstream media that was also up for election. And they definitely lost in November. And so when they start screaming about President Elon Musk, or start asking why Vice President J.D. Vance isn't doing his job, he is. He's in Paris working very hard for the president. I think it is just another reason why the American people are tuning out. And if you look at all of these outlets, they're having to lay people off. They're having to make budget cuts because they are not popular. And so if they want to not talk about the money, so be it. I think it's only going to hurt them more in the long run.
So that's the Elon Musk story. So in the last 2 days, or was it all yesterday? Maybe in 2 days, Tulsi Gabbard gets confirmed and sworn in, and RFK Jr. gets confirmed and sworn in. Has the freak out per se amplified, or was it expected?
You know, I felt like with every passing day, there was more confidence that Kennedy and Gabbard were going to be confirmed, especially after we saw Hegseth. And I know that J.D. Vance, we're working on a story right now, the role that J.D. Vance played in helping Gabbard and Kennedy getting confirmed. And, you know, as he weighed in, I think we saw their chances of being confirmed go up. And so this shouldn't be a surprise to any media outlets. And I think that they really used up a lot of capital that they had complaining about the president's picks when they really went after Pete Hegseth. And I think that all the complaining and crying over the president's picks and how extreme they are has fallen on deaf ears. I don't many people care. And so I'm sure we're going to get into it a little bit more next week. There was only one press briefing this week, and it was before they were confirmed. And so I'm sure there's going to be a freak out, but I just don't think anyone is listening.
And no, I can tell you just from the people who watch my videos that they've pretty much tuned out to what these people are saying. And it just seems like it's a fevered frenzy at this point, trying to lash out at anything. So you mentioned J.D. Vance going to bat. Was he going to bat with individual senators to try and get these people approved?
Yeah, without getting ahead of my reporting too much, because I still want to break news, I think what we saw from J.D. Vance was him using his relationships in the Senate and that perspective that he used to have as a senator to talk to them. And I think what I've observed from J.D. Vance is that he's very eloquent in his speech, and he is rather persuasive. And I think that was definitely on display this past week as he was overseas. And so what we have kind of observed is that he's played off these relationships that he's had. And, this is in lockstep with what we saw from him on the campaign trail, being kind of the president's hammer and, taking it to the mainstream media and eloquently talking about and expressing the president's ideas, both to the American people and to the Senate leaders.
Wow. So, big question. This weekend, President Trump should be landing here in the next 45 minutes to an hour and a half. Excuse me. What do you do when he's not in town? What's the job of a press reporter when there's basically no press unless he breaks something down here? And if he breaks something down here, how do you get in on it?
Great question. So the way the White House works is that there is always a pool that is traveling with him. And that is like a band of reporters that are on Air Force One that will basically write down President Trump's every move and blast it out to us reporters that aren't there. And so I'm never when I'm on those times I'm not with the president, or those times I'm not with the vice president, I will get reports that are essentially play-by-play updates of what he's up to. So, for example, today, Rick Grinnell came back, special missions envoy Rick Grinnell, came back on the vice president's plane, and he talked to the press, and he told them that he would consider running for California governor if Vice President Kamala Harris entered the race. And I'm not obviously there in Germany, but I got an email as soon as that was happening, and I was able to take that information and tweet that out to my followers and let them know that this is some news that had happened. So I'll stay essentially glued to my phone all the time as a White House correspondent, and it is awesome, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me ask you this. we got something big coming next week. Huge, monumental, which you talk about a freak out over RFK Jr. and Tulsi. Kash Patel's coming up next week. What's the mood and aura in the White House press room about Kash Patel?
So Kash Patel, I've written about before in his kind of confirmation journey. And it is one that Democrats really whined and cried about, and nobody cared. And he has been basically one of the most controversial picks, and no Republicans have come out against him like we've seen come out against Hegseth, Gabbard, and Kennedy. And he has essentially cruised to confirmation. And this was a question I sought to answer. Why is Kash Patel cruising to confirmation? And Kash Patel is a Hill guy. He has been on the Hill. And what I learned from sources was that he knew 4 years ago that he wanted to go back into the Trump administration, and that he had these MAGA, America First ideals and this agenda. And so over the last 4 years, he's been cultivating those relationships, kind of laying the groundwork in the event that he would be in this position now. And so that is why you are seeing Kash Patel have a easy, time getting confirmed. And I think that just brings more excitement to the White House to see a guy like Kash be widely accepted amongst the Senate.
You think he's going to get confirmed? You said the word easy. You think he's really going to get cruised through?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, y'all heard that. Wow. Seriously. So even Mitch McConnell, I mean, he's been a thorn in his side. He voted against Tulsi. He voted against RFK Jr. And it was, 52 to 48. You think Mitch is going to vote for Kash Patel as well?
Well, I think if Mitch stays on the same track that he's been on, he'll probably vote no, but that shouldn't matter much.
No, it won't matter at all.
Vice President J.D. Vance should be back from his travels. And so if there ever was an area where he was in a tiebreaker, we'd have J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
But from what I've heard from my sources, they're very confident in a Kash Patel confirmation. I have not heard any concern that he won't make it through.
That's amazing, because I was thinking maybe Murkowski or Collins, but if the strength of J.D. Vance and the cadre of Trump put together, I think they just can't at this point go against him. It's just like this locomotive staring him in the face. That and getting primaried with the gazillions from Elon Musk. So in closing, what do you see happening with this whole Doge thing?
Ooh. So I reported, there's just so much. It's honestly like, where do you start?
Right.
It is, I had a scoop this week that they found almost $1 billion in the Department of Education that was not being used towards furthering students' test scores, and that they were instead being used for some ballot watching initiative, something super random. And so as they go from department to department and find all this government waste, I think it's empowering to the American people that they're getting almost their tax dollars back, and that they hopefully can be used for something better and more useful. And so, of course, that's the second half of the battle, is now you've freed up all of these resources. What is President Trump going to decide to do with these resources? But there's such a freak out, I think, in D.C. over Doge, and where's Doge going to be next, and where are we going to spot them, and whatever. But what we've seen from the news that has come out of Doge is that they've been highly effective in rooting out, all of this government misspending. Yeah. And so it's only going to get more intense, and I think it's going to be exciting.
Well, great. So, Reagan, I want to wish you a happy Valentine's Day, whatever the weather is up there in Washington. I hope you have a great evening. Everybody, go ahead and follow Reagan. Make sure, because I messed up myself, Reagan Reese _ not just Reagan Reese, because we had Monica on, and then somebody went and created a couple of fake Monica accounts, and she had to get rid. Yeah. And so, when I look for somebody, number one, look for the check mark and make sure it's the right person. But it's Reagan Reese _ Reagan, thank you for taking the time, and have a great Valentine's Day, and thanks for the information on Kash Patel. That's going to make my weekend. That's what I was waiting for. When do you think it'll be? Will it be Monday or Tuesday?
It's Tuesday evening.
Tuesday evening. Oh, we'll probably broadcast it live. All right, Reagan, I hope you come back again.
I would love to.
Ash will be in touch with you. I'm easy to talk to. You just have fun. No frills, nothing to worry about. And I just love talking to people who are in the midst of everything. So thank you very, very much.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right. Have a good evening.
You too.
All right, everybody. That was Reagan Reese from the Daily Caller. Hope you enjoyed that time we spent together. Go ahead and follow her, Reagan Reese _. Make sure you have the underscore, Reagan Reese _. Let her know, follow her. She's telling us Kash Patel is going to be confirmed. Yes, love it. I hope they all freak out. So before we get out of here, I got something for you. President Trump has, when he signed these executive orders, I was able to find a recording that took place about 27 minutes ago. So I'm going to play that right now. And
in the world for a period of 15 years, it was the big deal 80 years ago or so. And psychologically, we can't even think about letting that happen. But what is going to happen, and we've already seen it, you see it in the stock price, with the tariffs, U.S. Steel is going to be a real powerhouse again.
If I can just follow up on Jackie's question about Munich. Vice President Vance's speech to the conference has ruffled quite a few feathers in Europe.
What did he say to ruffle them? I don't know.
He was talking about the freedom of speech and migration in Europe. Do you believe that European leaders have a fundamentally different view of the world than this administration's?
Well, I heard his speech, and I tell you, you're talking about JD's speech, right?
Yes, sir.
I heard his speech, and he talked about freedom of speech, and I think it's true in Europe. It's losing. They're losing their wonderful right of freedom of speech. I see it. I mean, I thought he made a very good speech, actually, a very brilliant speech. Yeah. Europe has to be careful. And he talked about immigration. And Europe has a big immigration problem. Just take a look at what's happened with crime. Take a look at what's happening in various parts of Europe. I thought his speech was very well received, actually. I've heard very good remarks.
And in regards to Ukraine as well, yesterday you mentioned that you thought Ukraine's NATO aspirations were one of the main reasons that the war broke out. Who do you blame for the war, Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I think that there were a lot of people to blame. All I can say is very simply, if I were president, that war would never have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? The Middle East wouldn't be all blown up, and October 7th wouldn't have happened either. Those two areas, you wouldn't have inflation, you wouldn't have October 7th, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine fighting. None of those things would have happened if I were president.
Mr. President?
Yeah, please.
You mentioned auto tariffs the other day.
Yeah.
When do you plan to unroll those?
Howard, I'd say over the next sometime, or maybe around April 2nd. I would have done them on April 1st. Believe it or not. I'm a little superstitious. No, literally, we had it planned for April 1st. I said, let's make it April 2nd. You know how much money that costs? That costs a lot of money just that one day. But we're going to do it on April 2nd, I think. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
The lead prosecutor in Eric Adams' case resigned today, saying anyone who didn't press forward would be a coward. What's your reaction to that and to the overall implication that politics were at play here?
Well, I don't know about it. I mean, obviously, I'm not involved in that. But I would say this, that if they had a problem, and these are mostly people from the previous administration, you understand, so they weren't going to be there anyway. They were going to all be gone or dismissed. If not, they know on Tuesday they're all being dismissed. You know, the whole country is being, because what you do is you come in and you put new people in. So when you say resign, they're going to be gone anyway. But I know nothing about the individual case. I know that they didn't feel it was much of a case. They also felt that it was unfair with the election. Look, I would know that better than anybody because I was weaponized more than any human being in the history probably of the world. And I won the election in a landslide, winning all 7 swing states, winning the popular vote and everything else. Because the people got it. It was weaponized. And I was weaponized literally weeks before the election. But I think there's also something to be said. I read that. There's something to be said for what they were doing. It looked to me to be very political. But why didn't they bring this up like 4 or 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, or whatever it happened? You know, they just sat around and didn't complain. Then all of a sudden they complain, and they know they're all being dismissed anyway. So, you know, that's the way it is. That's called politics, I guess. Yeah, please.
Earlier this week, you predicted that all Hillary about all of their hostages. What do you expect to happen tomorrow?
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow at 12 o'clock. It was up to me. I'd take a very hard stance. I can't tell you what Israel's going to do. But I watched the last people come out, and I looked at a before and an after picture. One guy was a big, strong, healthy guy. Could say he was a little bit overweight. He's not overweight anymore. He looks like he just came out of the Holocaust. It looks like a Holocaust picture. I've looked at him for a long time, and they've been treated very badly. A young lady came out last week. Her hand was blown off. I mean, literally, her hand was trying to stop a bullet that was headed for her face. She put up her hand. She goes like this and wiped out her fingers and a lot of her hand. Now, I would take a different stance, but it depends. Look, it depends what Bibi's going to do. It depends what Israel's going to do. But and now I understand they've totally changed. Hamas has totally changed. They want to release hostages now again. But you have to see, this started by them saying, we're not going to release the hostages as we said we were. I said, good. You have till 12 o'clock on Saturday, which is tomorrow at 12 o'clock, to do it. And we didn't hear anything. Then all of a sudden, 2 days ago, they said, no, we've decided we're going to release the hostages. So, but I actually think they should release all of the hostages. Remember, they're probably as bad as they looked. I mean, I don't like to say that, but they looked real bad 4 days ago, 5 days ago when I saw them. And the young ladies that came out were treated really badly. You don't know what happened, but I do. They were treated really badly. But as bad as they look, the ones that follow probably will look a lot worse. I think they're sending out their most healthy. And they've been hit hard on that, Hamas. So they probably didn't want to release. But they changed their mind. I said 12 o'clock tomorrow, and all of a sudden 2 days ago, yesterday, they said they're going back to releasing. But this all started by them saying, we are not going to release any more hostages. And then yesterday they said they are going to release the hostages. But I think they should release all of the hostages.
About 75,000 workers took this deferred resignation. It's a little bit short of the 5 to 10% goal you were hoping to hit. Do you think you'll have to make up the rest of that number in layoffs?
No, look, that's 75,000 more than we would have had. And nobody knows what that final number is because in the end, I think a lot of people aren't going to show up to work. A lot of people, they got used to staying home and quote, working. But, I wonder if they had other jobs or other things. They have a lot of problems with that. No, 75,000 is a lot of people. And we paid them well. We gave them a lot of months of severance pay, if you call it that. But no, I think you'll probably have some more, too, in addition. It's a big, tremendous saving for us. We want to downsize government, but make it better. Run it better, but downsize. Yeah, please.
So, may I ask about the UK? I understand that you had a phone call with Keir Starmer yesterday.
I did. I just signed a letter to him. He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir? And what do you hope to
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what do you hope to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, I've met him twice already. We get along very well. He's a very nice guy. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Okay, so the executive order that President Trump signed was that order that says if you take federal money and you may still have for some reason, if you still have a C-19 mandate, that you're not going to get any money. So let me just make sure nothing else is happening here. Excuse me. Is he talking to more people? They always kick them out the room and then they keep talking. Hold on.
Looking to be very energy dominant, and we will be in a very short order. These are great professionals, but before we do that, we'll be signing an executive order having to do with COVID and schools. Lindsay?
Yep. So this first executive order, it prohibits federal funding for COVID-19 mandates, vaccine mandates in schools.
Okay, and that will meaning they want to clear that up. the discrepancy.
So any schools that require students to be vaccinated with COVID-19 shot, then there's no more federal funding. So.
Okay. Okay, that solves that problem.
Sir, will the Department of Education have to handle that?
Yes, it'll go through the Department of Education. Okay? Thanks.
Can I make one comment, Mr. President?
Yes, please.
As a father of 9, thank you. We should have parental freedom to decide what vaccines our kids take, as opposed to school systems and governors forcing upon the people that love these kids the most, which is the parents. So thank you for citing that.
Great, thank you very much. People wanted that very badly. Okay.
Okay, and here is an executive order establishing the National Energy Dominance Council. So that will be chaired by the Secretary of the Interior, Mr. Burgum, and the Vice Chair, Chris Wright. And so this will reduce costs with respect to energy, establish American independence with energy, and also unleash energy dominance.
Good, thank you. And this is a big deal. We have more energy than any other country, and now we're unleashing it, to put it nicely. And I'd like to ask Doug, you're going to be heading it up. You and Chris, would you say a few words about it, please?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Good afternoon. President Trump wisely understood that under the Biden administration, there was a war against American energy, and today that war officially has ended. President Trump on day one declared a national energy emergency. And this is a real emergency because under the Biden administration restricted the production of oil and gas. Production's still coming, but when you stop holding leases, when you take 625 million acres of land out of ocean land, out of production possibilities through an executive order, you're really restricting the balance sheet of America. But today, as President Trump said, this is unleashed. The National Energy Dominance Council will be made up, all the folks that are standing beside me here, other cabinet leaders, and many more, represent President Trump's wise decision that we need a whole-of-government approach to unwind. The Biden administration had a whole-of-government approach that had the war against U.S. energy. Now we need to turn that around 180 degrees and unleash that potential. We've got to unleash it from the Gulf of America all the way up to Alaska. We have amazing resources in this country, and we haven't been getting a return on them. Many of these are under public lands. The interior has 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface minerals, critical minerals, and offshore close to 2 billion acres. And that balance sheet is the biggest balance sheet in the world, and it's been completely underutilized. Everybody knows we have 36 trillion in debt as a country, but no one knows how many hundreds of trillions of dollars of assets we have. And President Trump is asking us to go get a return on that investment for the American people. And with that, we're going to have prosperity at home with lower prices. And we're also going to have peace abroad, because the wars that we've been engaged in, or our allies have been fighting over the past few years, have been funded by the oil sales of our adversaries. So we have an opportunity, and we also are in an AI arms race with China. The only way we win that is with more electricity. And we also have an energy emergency in terms of electricity. Too much intermittent, unreliable, not enough base load. We've been shutting down the base load that we have. President Trump is going to reverse that, and it's going to allow us to win the AI arms race, which is the most important thing that we have to do relative to our future. So with that, I want to say again, thank you to President Trump, and I want to thank my fellow members of the Energy Council here. I'm going to kick it over to the Vice Chair, Chris Wright, who's the Secretary of the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Secretary Burgum. Today is truly a great day for our country today. And Secretary Burgum laid out so many of the problems the last 4 years. If you put barriers in front of energy, you make it more expensive, you make it less reliable, you make it harder to do business here, and harder for our consumers to pay their bills. With this fantastic action from our president, we now have authority across the government to lean in to fix these problems. And I'll start out with one specific right away. This morning, I signed our first LNG export license, unpausing the pause in action. The Commonwealth LNG project that'll be on the Gulf Coast in Louisiana is now officially ready to go. This will be a large construction project for American workers. It'll draw demand for more American energy production that'll be shipped overseas to our allies. Many more of those to come. We're also working aggressively to roll back standards that have made appliances more expensive for Americans, and dishwashers that take 2 hours long and don't get your dishes clean. Nobody likes that. That's about standing in the way. And with this President Trump and our new National Energy Dominance Council, there's so many things we can do to make American lives better, bring down costs and grow opportunities. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to a fellow member of the council, our administrator of the EPA, Lee Zeldin.
Thank you, Secretary, and honored to be serving on the Energy Dominance Council. At EPA, we're doing our part to power the great American comeback. And President Trump has made it clear that he wants EPA to be doing our job to ensure that we are unleashing energy dominance however we can help, that we are assisting in making America the AI capital of the world, that we are pursuing permitting reform, that we are helping to bring back American auto jobs. This is the mandate of the American public. The Trump mandate, it was clear, and the guidance from President Trump to me when he asked me, thankfully, for the opportunity for us to be able to serve together in partnership to unleash energy dominance. This is a moment that we must meet. To that end, it is important to note that the prior Biden-Harris EPA issued a waiver to California for tailpipe emissions. This was a rule that should have been submitted to Congress. We will submit it to Congress. Congress will have the opportunity through the Congressional Review Act to make that waiver go away. We will do everything in our part to help the American people to make life in America more affordable. The golden age of American success is upon us. If you're excited about the last 3 weeks, that was just a taste of the main event, the entree to come, the next 4 years being the greatest term in the history of the American presidency. With that, I'd like to introduce Sean Duffy.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you for the work on dishwashers. We use more water to wash our dishes before we put them in the dishwasher.
That's right.
We're not saving water, we're using more water, so thank you for that. But I'm also joining the EPA. We've introduced our rules to start to look at the CAFE standards. So we're looking at how much it costs for end users when they put gas in their car. And the Biden era standards are costing billions of dollars in taxes and carbon credits, which drive up the cost of vehicles. And so we're going to remedy that, rectify it, and make sure we're bringing down the cost of a car, number one. Number two, if I could just mention, Mr. President, per your direction, we are going to move forward with a permitting process for the Texas Gulf Link deep water port, making sure we can move energy in and out of the country. So that was held up for 5 years. And it was stonewalled, bureaucrats got in the way. We're now going to move forward with that, making sure we have great oil infrastructure in the country.
Great, thanks.
And Howard Lutnick?
Yes.
So, the nanny state, you're feeling the end of the nanny state. From straws made of paper to regulation endlessly harming Americans and holding us back. It slows down our production and manufacturing, which we were talking about with the Prime Minister of India yesterday. You're hearing that about energy dominance. It's going to go away. We're going to care about Americans. The Trump administration and this president cares about Americans, and you're going to feel it change. You're going to feel the price of energy coming down. You're going to feel prices coming down. You're going to feel an explosion. The golden age of manufacturing of America has always been there. It's just been stifled by regulation, and that time is over.
Thank you very much, Howard. Please.
Mr. President, I just want to say that you've built such an incredible team, and Secretary and Chairman Burgum, that he's been working on this his whole life. And so what I expect you to see, sir, is action as early as next week that is going to shock people about how good it is for Americans. And so thank you for your leadership, sir.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And we are also working on a project that has been under wraps for 20 years. Everybody wanted it. It's been held up by New York. It's a pipeline that will bring down the energy prices in New York and in all of New England by 50, 60, 70%. It should have been done years ago. We'll be speaking to New York, and the New York is actually the biggest beneficiary because their energy costs are very high. This will reduce them very substantially. But all of the governors want this to happen, and I think it's going to happen. It's now going to happen. It's something that's would rather not have to go eminent domain. We'll do that if we have to in New York, but hopefully we won't have to do that. This again will bring down energy prices in New England by numbers that nobody can even believe, probably 50, 60%, maybe even more than that. A lot of them don't even pay energy because they have no energy. They use logs. They go out and they cut down a tree. It's really a terrible situation. So we're going to get this done, and we can have it done once we start construction. We're looking at anywhere from 9 to 12 months, if you can believe it. It's going to go very rapidly. The other thing I'd like Doug to mention, the 635 million acres that Biden so viciously took out of our net worth. If you look at it from the standpoint of a company, you talk about net worth. They've destroyed our net worth. We're putting it back. It will be back as of this afternoon. And Doug, could you mention that? All of the millions and millions of acres that he just handed back to
yes,
nobody.
The executive order by President Biden that wiped out these trillions from our balance sheet. President Trump signed an executive order instructing me as the Secretary of Interior to unban that ban, and that's been accomplished. And so those are back on the U.S. balance sheet.
Okay.
Sorry, which one is that?
The 625 million acres of offshore that was banned from further lease sales.
Further anything.
And 625 million acres is
Right.
1/3 the size of the lower 48 that was taken off our balance sheet. It's back on there now. President Trump cares about the American people. He knows that these public lands belong to the public. They don't belong to Washington bureaucrats from the prior administration. And we're going to make sure that we get a return on investment for the American people.
The amount of money that he took off our balance sheet, if you look at it as a balance sheet, it was incalculable. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And he did that, I guess, in the last few days of the administration. He just wiped it out. 635 million acres, which if you sit down and look, it's like that's a major part of the ocean. And he just gave it away and took it away. And fortunately, it wasn't done with an act of Congress or anything. And we did it in a, I think, very abbreviated, very quick, and very legal procedure. And it's now back on our balance sheet. It's back as part of our country. What they did was so horrible. It was just a terrible thing to do, an unbelievable thing to do. Also, they mentioned dishwashers and sinks and showers and the whole thing. We're going to get rid of those restrictions. You have many places where they have water. They have so much water they don't know what to do with it. But people buy a house, they turn on the sink and water barely comes out. They take a shower, water barely comes out. And it's an unnecessary restriction. And basically, I think we're going to be going back to the Trump rule. We had it, and everybody was happy. And then these people came in and they restricted it again. So we're going back, and we'll get it approved by Congress. In addition, we'll get it approved by Congress. So for 4 years, it's good, but we're going to get it permanently taken care of. And again, very environmentally friendly. But we want to be able to, when somebody turns on a sink to wash their hands or presses the button for a dishwasher, and there's barely enough water there's no water. And you know what they do? They press the button 10 times. They run it 10 times, so it ends up costing a lot more. So I know you're working on that, and where are we on that?
We're working closely with the Department of Energy with regards to rules that were enacted during the Biden administration. Inside of the EPA, we are overhauling the water sense standards that are there to update them for the American people, to bring down cost of living and combat inflation, and just pursue common sense.
Good. Well, we have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. We're opening up ANWR again. As you know, we got something. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. No president was able to do it. I got it. And the first week in office, the Biden administration terminated that. ANWR is the biggest site, probably bigger than Saudi Arabia. We don't know yet, but it's of that size or bigger. And we hit gold, and I call it liquid gold, but we hit gold, and for whatever reason, they terminated it, and we were just ready to start utilizing it. This could take care of all of Asia, energy-wise, very close to Japan. In fact, Japan wants to go and be our partner in doing the pipeline going right into the ships. So they expressed tremendous interest. So did Prime Minister Modi of India. And just in closing, both Prime Minister Modi and the Prime Minister of Japan, both very good people, they said we couldn't make a deal. We couldn't get any energy. I mean, you wonder what was going on with our country. They couldn't make a deal to get any energy from the Biden administration. They just couldn't do it. There was nobody to deal with. They didn't know how to go about it. And they're very happy that we're here. But we're going to really benefit our taxpayers, and we're going to benefit our country. So I want to thank everybody for coming. This is a very big bill. This is really going to be energy dominant. We're going to be energy dominant like nobody else. And this doesn't even discuss all of the electricity that we're going to be producing for all of the AI plants. You know, they need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So you take all of our electricity that we have all over the country just for AI to do it right and to win that war, which we're leading by a lot because of what we've done over the last few weeks. We're leading by actually a lot. But if you take all of it, we have to double our electricity needs just for the AI, and that doesn't include the other technologies. So it's a real honor to sign this bill. We're going to also work on CAFE standards. Lee, you're going to be doing that and make that whole situation, bring that back into reality, and I think very quickly, having to do with cars. Thank you very much.
Have we cut any tariffs yesterday as part of your meeting?
No, but in 2 weeks we will have another one. Yesterday was very big. Reciprocal tariffs was very big, and I explained to the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, very good man, his tariffs are very, very high. India's tariffs are among the highest. And I said, well, now, you know, we were very low. We were the lowest. They're just about the highest. There are others as high, but not much higher. And I said, no, from now on, what we do is what you charge us, we charge you. It's very simple. So whatever you're charging us, you can go as high as you want. Whatever you charge us, we charge you.
Did you make any plans?
And I wouldn't say they were thrilled to hear that, but that's the way it is. Tariff, I told you, is a beautiful word. Fourth most beautiful.
Did he make any pledges about BRICS nations not undermining the dollar? You had threatened 100% tariffs.
BRICS, the BRICS nations, I think that's breaking up very rapidly. We said that if they're going to go and do anything to undermine the dollar, that includes China. I don't even know that they're a member of BRICS, but they had a few nations get together to try and play cute. And I said, we're going to put 100% tariff on every one of those nations. And at the mere thought of saying that, I think that's all broken up. That idea has no longer sailed. Now, that would be a terrible thing for our country. It would be bad for the world. They wanted to undermine the dollar. 6 nations got together. They want to undermine the dollar. That didn't work out too well. Not going to happen. And we're getting along with a lot of nations now, frankly. There's a lot of respect for the United States. We have regained the respect that we should have, but we've also done things to deserve it. I mean, we've freed up our country, and you're going to see this is basically energy dominance, and it's going to be environmentally clean, environmentally wonderful, and taxes will be very reasonable based on this. We're going to make more money than anybody's ever made with energy. We have more energy than anybody else, and it's clean energy, very clean, beautiful energy. We're lucky. We have it. I call it liquid gold under our feet, and we're going to utilize it. So this is a very big bill, and I have a very talented group of people behind me. This gentleman was the #1 man in all of the oil industry. They said there's nobody like him, Chris Wright. And you know Doug. Doug actually made a tremendous fortune in technology, and he said, I'm going to run for the governorship of, he loves his state, of North Dakota. And he did, and he made it so energy powerful that I think you're more proficient in energy than technology, but what do I know? And this guy, everybody knows him, Sean. He's been, he's done a fast study on transportation, and he knows, he's learned a lot over the last few months. He's learned a lot. He's really been great. And Howard has built one of the great companies, Cantor Fitzgerald. It was wiped out, completely wiped out, other than a few people left in Europe. And he rebuilt the company into a bigger, better company. Cantor Fitzgerald is one of the most, absolutely one of the top companies on Wall Street, stocks, bonds, trading. And he took that I mean, he literally watched the plane go into the building, go into the World Trade Center. Amazing story. That alone is an amazing story. He was delayed because his wife insisted that he finally, after years, take his child to school. So he took his child to school that one day, because normally he would have been in the building at 6 o'clock in the morning. That's that business, right? So you owe your wife a lot and your child a lot, right? But his wife insisted that he take his child to school. For 5 years he didn't do it. He was horrible. What kind of a father was he? Okay, I'll do it. And he was therefore driving down at 8:43, whatever the time was, down the West Side Highway, and he saw the plane go into the side of the building. He said, wow. And he occupied the top 3 floors of the World Trade Center, of the one building of the World Trade Center. And you know what happened there? He lost 100% of the people in that, his whole company was there. And he rebuilt his company step by step over years and became bigger and stronger. And he gave a tremendous amount of the profit to the families of the people that died, which he didn't have to do. And now he's working with us. He did an incredible job. I mean, anybody in that world, they know Howard Lutnick very well, and I'm honored to have him running commerce. He's going to be incredible. He loves the country. And Lee was a great lawyer, a great congressman, very successful person, both as a lawyer and as a congressman, and knows a lot about the environment, cares about the environment. And we were lucky that I was very happy that you joined. And he was with me right from the beginning, always was with me, and I've always been with him. And Kevin Hassett, we know everybody knows Kevin, and he's fantastic. And you and Lindsay, you and your team are incredible. The job you've done, we really appreciate. Thank Will. And the job you guys are doing is really fantastic. We're knocking this out. Brian, do you have a question?
I actually do. What kind of piqued my interest is growing up on the Texas Gulf Coast, natural gas, the LNG that you mentioned.
Yeah.
What's the potential for like new jobs or growth in that area? I mean, that part of the country, Southwest Louisiana, Southeast Texas, they depend on that.
I would say that potential is simply tremendous. 20 years ago, the United States was the biggest importer of natural gas in the world. And we had natural gas prices 2 or 3 times higher than they are today. But with shale revolution and great entrepreneurs in Texas and Louisiana and across our great country, we are now today the largest net exporter of natural gas in the world. And so much of the world is depending upon natural gas is the fastest growing energy source, has been for 50 years. We were the driver of that, and then we paused. We stopped our ability to grow natural gas exports. Both the Japanese government and Indian government expressed great distress about that. They're going to count on energy imports from the U.S., and we may just change our mind. So I think they're thrilled to see the actions of this president say America's open for business. Yes, we have the energy, we have the people, we have huge job opportunities and investment opportunities, not just in the oil and gas industry, but all those surrounding communities that are lifted up by that more production here. And as we produce more production at scale, not only does it allow us to export, but it becomes more efficient, and it helps us drive down the cost for our domestic consumers as well.
Yeah, I know they're really happy, so just let you Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And I will say this, that this all started 8 years ago when I got elected. We were doing this, not to the extent that we're doing it now, but we were doing this, and we became #1 in oil and gas by far. And we were #3, even #4, some would say. When I left, we were #1 by a lot. And then they pulled way back, and the prices started going through the roof. And then they went back to my plan, but by that time the prices had already gone up, so they really disrupted it. But now we're going to take it to a new level. It's going to be amazing. And we're also, it's very powerful, clean coal. We have more coal than anybody. This is good, beautiful, clean coal. And if you notice, China's opening up a coal plant a month. Germany is now opening up a coal plant every 2 months. Very powerful. It's probably the most powerful source of energy in terms of generation of electricity and other things. And we're going to utilize our good, clean, beautiful coal and oil and gas. We have more than anybody of everything, and we're going to take advantage of it. And I appreciate everybody being here.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, sir, sir, about what's happening in Munich. Senator Roger Wicker shepherded Defense Secretary Hegseth through his confirmation. He got him through that process, and then he had some tough words for him overseas. He said it was a rookie mistake for Secretary Hegseth to outline what would or would not happen as far as Ukraine's membership in NATO goes. And then
I haven't heard that. I mean, Roger's a very good friend of mine, and Peter's obviously, he's been doing a great job.
Did you know
I haven't heard. Let me look at. You tell me something. I have not heard about
the question I had is, were you aware of what Secretary Hegseth was going to say in his speech at NATO?
Generally speaking, yeah. Generally speaking, I was. So I'll speak to Roger. I'll speak to Pete. I'll find out.
Mr. President, the Energy Dominance Council, that's for all forms of energy? Does that include
All
wind and
forms
solar?
of energy, yep.
And the pipeline you mentioned, sir, is that Constitution Pipeline in New York?
Yes.
Can you, is that the project?
I believe
that's
so,
finished?
right? Yeah, that's what it is. And, you know, they've been trying to get it for 20 years. And what it means is for New York, upstate New York, and even everywhere in New York, also other states, but in particular New England, that New England will now, I think, will cut the energy prices, and big cuts in New York too, but cut the energy prices literally in half. We have the permits. We have permits that just about everything we need a New York permit, and I would imagine they want to do it because their energy prices will come down so far. And it's a lot of jobs for New York. It's a great thing for New York. Everybody wants it. We'll be meeting with the various governors, Governor of New York, and the other governors too. And we can have it built in about 9 months, and let's say 1 year, but we can actually have it built in pretty close to 9 months. It's all set. We have most of the permits, almost all of the permits.
And on just, you're prioritizing energy dominance today. You've also prioritized trade balance. The oil industry is a little worried about the steel tariffs. I mean, they put 20,000 feet of steel into the ground at a well. How will you balance that? Is there a possibility?
You're talking about steel and aluminum.
Indeed, steel tariffs.
So the steel, I saved the steel industry in my first term by putting on tariffs because China was dumping massive amounts of steel. Others also, but mostly China. And I put very substantial, we took in $600 billion worth of tariffs from China. No other president's taken up, literally haven't gotten 10 cents from China, not 10 cents. And hundreds of billions of dollars came in from China. And they understood it. They understood what I did. But the dumping stopped. And had I not done that, you wouldn't have one steel mill, I think I can say, not one steel mill operating in this country. And we need steel. We need steel. I mean, there are some things you have to have, and steel is one of them for military, etc. So I think steel is going to be very strong. It's going to be very strong. I think it'll go back to being really powerful. We saved it. I mean, we were talking about U.S. Steel last week. U.S. Steel would have been closed, totally closed. We saved it. And now it's going to become, I think, very, very profitable. The tariffs are going to save a lot of industries.
Mr. President, U.S. Steel, can I just follow up on U.S. Steel?
Go ahead,
quickly,
finish up.
Sir. If the Japanese company that's interested in U.S. Steel wants to take a minority stake as opposed to full ownership, is
a minority stake I wouldn't mind greatly, but what they're doing right now is they're going to be investors, and they're going to be investing in, I think, debt and various other things. But we didn't want to let U.S. Steel go to a foreign company. U.S. Steel was the greatest company in the world for a period of 15 years. It was, it was the big deal 80 years ago or so. And psychologically, we can't even think about letting that happen. But what is going to happen, and we've already seen it, you see it in the stock price, with the tariffs, U.S. Steel is going to be a real powerhouse again.
Mr. President, if I could just follow up on Jackie's question about Munich. Vice President Vance's speech to the conference has ruffled quite a few feathers in Europe.
What did he say to ruffle them? I don't know.
He was talking about the freedom of speech and migration in Europe. Do you believe that European leaders have a fundamentally...
Okay, so that's on a loop. We came in on that question, so we're going to leave on that question when he talks about J.D. Vance over in Munich. In case you didn't see that speech, you might want to download that speech. J.D. Vance eviscerated people from the European Union right to their faces. He called them out about the censorship, and essentially what he said to them is, you are showing people that the power that you thought you had, you didn't really have. The only reason why you had power is because you were silencing the people. And I thought to myself, I wonder if that's what happened to us. You see, when there was only ABC, CBS, and NBC, that was the news, plus your local newspaper wherever you live. That was it. There was no 24/7 cable. There was obviously no social media. It was 3 stations, ABC, NBC, CBS, and then your local newspaper. That's it. And now what we've seen from the media, and we understand what the mockingbird media is, it makes you sit back and think, we really didn't have free speech. We were told what they wanted us to know. And now, it's even worse over there when they have like one television station in an entire country. And now there's Facebook and there's Twitter and there's YouTube and there's Instagram and there's Twitch and all these different things where people are disseminating thought and conversation across the globe. And those people over there, the illusion of power is now crashed because their power was based upon you not knowing anything, not us, but the people over there. And now people over there are seeing all kinds of messaging. And so they're stifling it. They're trying to put that genie back in the bottle. They are actually arresting people for putting up memes. For if a comment they can deem offensive, they will put you in jail for putting something up on Twitter. They've been going after Elon Musk. They want it shut down. That's not power. That's someone who's very, very power fragile. The only way you can be in power is to keep everybody in the dark. It means you're not really in power. And it means that people really don't have free speech. And J.D. Vance, if you watch that speech, he calls them out to their face. We are not going to stand for it. People need to be heard. They need to be, their voices need to be out there. And he I know in certain terms, just told them, it's got to end. You can't do this anymore. So before we close, I got a couple news stories for you. Because, wow, a lot of things are going on. But let me go ahead and do a quick read for you, if it works this time. With Donald Trump finally back in office and only going to get better from here, we're going to keep winning. As a celebration, Patriot Addict is sending our free Trump red knives to people who vote for Trump. This is just their way of saying thank you for supporting him and being a part of this moment in history. Normally this knife retails for $70, but right now you can grab it just for the cost of shipping. Scan the QR code and apply your $100 off coupon and claim your Trump knife today before they're gone. So you can just go here and click on the QR code. What's really interesting and what's really awesome about this is that some people have been reporting back to me that they have indeed received the knife. And somebody said they got it for a Valentine's Day gift from their wife. Perfect. Understand, and I'm going to put a big giant asterisk here. The knife is free, knives, but there is a shipping cost. The shipping cost, from what I understand, is $13 or $14. Those of you who have purchased it, you can check for yourself or ask them in the chat here. Hey, listen, how much did you pay for shipping? So you're getting a $70 item with a $14 shipping charge. If you don't want to pay shipping, don't pay it. It's just that simple. It's not a scam. It's not a grift. They are basically, hey, I'm going to give you this for free. Cover the cost of me shipping it, which is different than like when we give away hoodies. I give away hoodies. I give away the hoodie. I get the hoodie made. I get the hoodie shipped. Ashley ships them, and we just literally give things away. Other companies that are marketing, they have to absorb the cost, and so they're passing the shipping cost off, but you're still going to get the item. So that being said, anyway, enjoy it. News. I'm going to save that one for last. Huge news. The U.S. Army will no longer accept Transformers. Yeah! The U.S. Army will no longer allow Transformer individuals to join the military and will stop performing or facilitating procedures associated with that transition for service members. So, obviously from what you've seen today in the judicial stuff, they're going to be running to court. They won't even pass go. They're going to, this weekend, be typing something up and they're running to court. Fine. Let him do it. Let him keep running to court on every single thing Trump does. Remember, he's only been in office 3 weeks. We got some time. Let this stuff go through. But Eventually, it's going to get to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court's going to be busy, really, really busy. Speaking of being busy, J.D. Vance, while he's over there, met with Zelensky for, it looks like, lunch in Munich. We want the war to come to a close. We want the killing to stop, but we want to achieve a durable, lasting peace, not the kind of peace that's going to have Eastern Europe in conflict in just a couple years down the road. So you're seeing J.D. Vance take a very, very, very prominent role in what the administration is doing. If you were here earlier, we did an interview with Reagan Reese from the Daily Caller. She's pretty much told us that Kash Patel is in. I'm like, really? Really? You gonna go out on a limb like that for a reporter to say something like that on tape, on video? Yeah, he's in. In fact, the words she used, easy and cruising, were the two words she used to describe Kash Patel getting in, which is nothing like what we've been heard. We hear how hard it's going to be, and all the opposition, and she said no. And we heard the same thing about RFK Jr., and he sailed through. And we heard the same thing about Tulsi Gabbard, and she sailed through. And the reason why is what Reagan said at the inside in Washington is because of J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, who was the senator of Ohio, is making waste inside the Senate. He's talking to his buddies, he's using his capital, and he's the one, it seems, is facilitating the approval on all this. It's amazing. So we may be looking at the future president, because he's got that kind of juice. Oh man, that's pretty awesome. This one came from the Army too. U.S. Army soldiers who were separated due to C-19 jab refusal, you're welcome to return. You can still be all you can be with back pay. Watch this space for details. In the meantime, hit the gym. Get ready, get in shape, get ready for basic. May have to do that all over again, but they're bringing back every military person who got fired or put on leave because they wouldn't take the jab. Love that. And this is probably the best news on a Friday afternoon before you break for the weekend. This is probably the best news. You're going to love this. President Trump is cutting thousands of IRS employees per the New York Times. This comes just a single day after Elon Musk announced Doge has begun the audit of the IRS. We can't stop winning.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
All right, so in a bit of trolling as he gets on a plane. Oh, by the way, people were having comments. How can we be watching this live if at the same time, Barry, you showed him taking off in the airplane? There's a little thing up on top there that said moments ago. So for some reason, when he's doing these Oval Office events, whether he's doing a presser or he's signing something, don't know the reason. I should ask Reagan that, but they're doing the signing and they're doing the recording of what happens, and then they're releasing it afterwards. So you were watching a previously moments ago video where they recorded him doing and talking to the press. Meanwhile, you could hear the helicopter out there when he, at one point, and then he was off, down here. He's probably just, more than likely, he just landed while we've been talking, and so you were seeing it on a tape delay. Meanwhile, our RSBN had the actual time on the screen, so that's why that was. But in any event, the master troller, the troller emeritus, the grand troller, the wizard of troll, before he left the White House, you're going to love this one. They actually put this out, and I can't even fathom this. You ready for it? You don't see the punchline, but you're going to love this. Roses are red, violets are blue. Come here illegally, and we'll deport you. They actually posted this on the White House profile. There it is, the White House profile Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Roses are red, violets are blue. Come here illegally and we'll deport you. Oh, oh, heads are exploding. Oh, left live nut heads. He's just rubbing it in their face at this point. I saw that and I'm like, this can't be real. I'm like, yeah, it's real. They posted that on the White House Twitter X profile. This man has not one F to give. Not one. Oh, good gosh. That is simply phenomenal that he would post that. I'm sorry. I was glad I had the microphone muted when I saw that, because otherwise you would have heard me in the background just blowing. Oh my God, it was so funny. All right, so I'm sorry that the comments to the screen weren't working. I apologize. I called the software guy because, you know, usually I put the comments up so you guys can see it, but we got through the entire show, and it went through fine. Oh my goodness, that's the best way to end the show. Let's see here. By the way, if you'd like to join our X group, and I will have the new graphic done tomorrow, go to fanfareshop.org/group, and that will take you to our private X group with 15,000 members as of right now. 15,000. So you can go ahead and join. And tomorrow at the 3 o'clock show, because there won't be a show tonight because it's Valentine's Day and we got plans. So I hope you have plans with your lovely Valentine. Go here to enter to win, fanfareshop.org, to enter to win a hoodie tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to go live. Live show on weekends is usually at 3 o'clock, so we're going to look at 3 o'clock for tomorrow. I hope all of you have a great and loving time, and if you're alone, let me be the one to say Happy Valentine's Day. So let me look at the super chats. I'm going to have to do it the old school way, so that because I can't put them on the screen, I'm just going to have to show them and read them, and let's see which would be the best way to do it. I've got a different window for that for you, and I guess we'll do it this way. Will we do it this way? Yeah, and I can make it. All right, so let's look at super chats, and I'm doing it. We're going old school, so I can read these off, and you guys can all see them at the same time. Let me just make it bigger. We're heading to a very nice resident restaurant in Fort Lauderdale tonight. Leaving here at about 8:30. Should be a lot of fun. Hold on. Let me just try to make sure I get everything. All right. For some reason, I can't see the top of this first one, but we'll go with it. Did I go too big? Make it too big. Okay, there we go. All right, now we can all see it, and we can go from there. You ready? Bam. Useless idiot. Hi Barry. Happy Valentine's. Any predictions on political figures being arrested? Big names. I think it's going to be some time before we see that happen, because we're going to have to go through a lot. I mean, Pam Bondi's only been on the job for what, 4 days? So it's going to take her some time to actually go through all that. I mean, it's going to take some time. So we just need to just wait. Scott Backdraft, Esselman, Fauci wasn't elected either, and he did what he wanted, and he was the highest paid federal employee. And Elon's not taking anything. Barry, that must have been code to Biden a moo moo moo. What was that? No one has lost it. I don't know what that congressman was saying. Tommy Novo, those politicians involved with missing money should have to testify in Congress in front of everybody on live TV. I completely agree. Truth be told, didn't Jamie Raskin just have frontal lobe replacement? Yes, he he had cancer, so he went under some chemo, but yes, he did have that. Brad, more than likely the people who were in control of the portal to censor social media. Barry, have you heard when no tax on overtime will go into effect? Not yet, because I think they're going to have to get congressional approval on that one. So it's coming. He's going to push it. He'll push it. Put it this way. You have a year. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with April 15th this year? I mean, he just got into office, so it's going to be very hard to move the needle on something before April 15th of this year, unless he tries to pause everything. But I would say by the next time, this time next year, yeah, the government was Robin Hood for the world. You're right, Dina. Tom Novo, just think this about the money that Doge can see. What about their ways, including unaccountable money? Well, they're going to be able to trace anything that went out. They may not be able to trace who is receiving it, but they'll have outgoing and recipient account numbers, that's for sure. Maria, to the reporter who raised a gotcha question to Elon in the White House briefing, but crashed and burned, Gaza is a province of Mozambique. How long has Samantha Power been in power? Brad says. Samantha Power is no longer there, but she was there when Obama was president, so quite some time. Scott Matthew, gay younger guy fan in Newport Beach, California. I really turned to God at 3:12 p.m. on July 13th watching your live stream. You changed my life. Oh my God. Wow. God bless you. God bless you. Scott here is exemplary, what I've been telling you. Those of you who are still here on a Friday afternoon and you're seeing what Scott wrote right there, understand that's exactly what I've been telling you. Do not push people away. Embrace them. Build this tent. Build it, build it, build it. You never know. My gosh, Scott, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Not only did you become a Trump fan, you turned to God. Amazing. Amazing. Salute, Scott. God bless you. Ordinary average guy. I didn't know Burger King sold. Biddlesbean, what a fantastic interview. You asked all the right questions, Barry. It was so brilliant and informative. Thank you. Thank you. I try. I mean, I think about things this way when I interview people, which may be different than what other people interview. I don't want you to come on my show and just tell me what you want to tell me. I want, these are questions I have. And I figure other people may have the same questions. So, when Ashley talks to people, she says, is there anything off limits? Is there anything we can't go to? And if they ask for a list of questions, well, Barry don't have no list of questions. He's going to ask you what he thinks. Linda H., justice is blind. Should be. Hey, Scott again. Thank you. Retro Bill, Barry, is it just me or did you prefer Maxine Waters in her 70s role as George Jefferson's mother? Oh, God. Or the lady on Sanford and Son. Remember her? The lady who Fred Sanford always gave a hard time to. Jose Bazil, Barry, did you say someone is the puppet master? You've been saying it for a while. Happy Valentine's Day. Yeah, there's somebody back there. Some ones. Maybe more than one. There's people calling the shot. Look at these idiots. Look at these idiots and tell me you think they're running the show. Maxine Waters, you wouldn't let her babysit your dog. Nancy Pelosi? Nah. Jamie Raskin? No. There are no power people in the Democrat Party right now. Fetterman? Definitely not AOC. Definitely not Rashida Tlaib. Who's running the government in terms of on the Democrat side? Can't tell you. Maria, minor correction. The Senate confirmed 235 Biden nominees to life tenured courts, 187 district court judges, 45 courts of appeal. Man, and one to the Supreme Court. And look at the one he put in the Supreme Court who could not define what a woman was. R. Heath, Eric Adams got indicted because he was trying to get the newcomers out of his city. He even tried to get the sanctuary status reversed long before the election. He's never had an ally. Tim Allred, that faker Garcia is probably pissed because he's dealing with the FOMO. Viking King, the OJ's backstabbers is Adams theme song. If you haven't heard that, you need to go back in the 70s. It's good. Christopher Williams, why are we not seeing arrest of government officials? Time. It takes time. It takes time. She's only been in the job for like 4 days. And Kash Patel's not even there yet. Wait till they get to ride together. Let them ride. Mr. Mike, I feel like everything we're seeing is from the movie Law-Abiding Citizens. Thanks for all you could do. Very good. God bless to you as well. If you haven't seen that movie, great movie. Jeffrey K., when do you think charges will be filed against these people? It's getting to the point where they feel emboldened. I think he's been moving, Trump has been moving so fast on so many different issues. It's hard for people to remember. He's only been in office for 3 weeks. Pam Bondi got confirmed this week. Kash Patel won't even be in office until next week. And people are already like, when's it happening? Pam Bondi hasn't even put the curtains in her office yet. Kash Patel doesn't even know where his office is. Breathe. Woosa. Woosa. Scott again, thank you very much. Bill Kyle, thank you. Lindsay Mosley. Filthify, Barry, you're too clever with your expressions. Filthify. Hey Larry, how are you? Thank you from Canada. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. Benjamin Franklin, thanks so much for your common sense, up-to-date news, and contributions to society. Thank you very much. Scott again, Barry, how can we help the confused trans boys think they will be happier as a girl? Well, you know what? Again, like I tell people here, research on your own. I think we should tell people who are conflicted, don't listen to me. I'm not in that group. Don't listen to you. You're not in that group. Let them talk to a few people. Let them talk to a few people who now realize they might have made a mistake. See, that's going to be the strongest way to reach some of these people. Because if I was looking to make a decision and there was even a small number of people who have had second thoughts or worse, that's where you have to say to somebody, listen, what you're about to do is permanent. And everyone's telling you it's fantastic. You might want to talk to a few people who found out just how fantastic it wasn't. And then you realize you can't come back. It's over. It's done. It's gone. There's nothing there. It's not like anything else. You know, people, who can say they're LGB, at least somewhere down the road, they can say, you know what? I'm changing teams. You go the full T, you're done. That's one hell of a decision to make. I think that's what they need to be told. I mean, you think about it, it's even worse than baby removal. And here's why. You make the mistake of baby removal, more than likely you can do it again. I don't mean the baby removal, you can have a baby. You start chopping stuff off, there's no way back. No way back. That road is unpaved. The bridge has collapsed, you're not coming back. That's the kind of decision people need to just really, really talk to people, even people they don't like. So tell me why I shouldn't do this. Well, what happens in 5 years and you change your mind? You can't. Are you willing to make that decision right now? Eric Adams is singing like a canary. Oh yeah, he is. Biddlesbean, wow, great second interview. Barry, you have a gift. Thank you very much. Hey Tommy, gee whiz, you're just a likable guy, Barry. You remind me of Uncle Bob with a tan. Hey, enjoy your chow. Useless idiot. As far as cash goes, do you really want me to investigate you guys? I expect your fun. Tree Climber, thank you. Mr. Mike, Trump is like the gangster and Tom Holm is like Knuckles. This is awesome. I just think that Tom Holm is like Luca Brasi. And just the visual of him sitting next to Eric Adams has got to be putting chills. in people's, down people's spine in New York. I appreciate, CR, I appreciate you and your family. Happy Valentine's to you and your beautiful wife, and you as well. Pete, love your show. Watch it every night. You make me lose a lot of sleep. Thank you. The fact that you guys lose a lot of sleep makes it worth it to me to know people are still watching. When will Matt Gaetz appear? I don't think Matt is coming back. I think Matt has decided that he likes what he's doing. He's got a radio show or TV show. I believe at this point that it's actually doing kind of well. So I don't think we're going to see Matt come back anytime soon. One other thing I want to show you guys. This is kind of important because a lot of people had asked me. Well, maybe not a lot of people, but people had been talking to me, and I gotten some emails, and some people, kind of made me think and Barry, I'm Christian, but I love that FAFO video. I love it. And I said, you know what? I'm going to ask people what you guys think. And so I put up this poll last night, or this morning, 22 hours ago, so yesterday. Over 4,400 people have voted on it. And what I said here in the poll was, should I continue playing the FAFO video? 96% of people responding out of 4,000+ people said, yes, it rocks. The people have spoken. And that's what I'm going to do. So the 4% who don't like it, look away. Just look away. All I can tell you is the people here have spoken, and I guess you can say I'm a populist because I'm going to do what the people want. Number one rule of marketing, give the people what they want. So two things. One, I'm about to roll the FAFO video and wish you guys a great night. No nighttime show tonight, spending it with the wife, going on Valentine's Day date. And then also right after FAFO, I'm going to turn on the after party chat. So if you don't like the FAFO, you got about 5, 4, 3, 2...
Whistleblower.